Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, October the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So I got a beep here, just a second. All right. Yes, thank you, Bob. So you can hear me and you can see my screen. Okay, now if you were in the room yesterday, I was talking about uranium and I was talking about we had a couple of stocks we were looking at, but I also talked about the ETF for uranium, and there it is. Now I'm not saying it's going to keep moving. I'm not telling anybody to buy this, but there's definitely something going on with uranium today. If you look at most of the uranium charts, they're going to look like this. Again, this is the ETF for uranium. Let's just take, I'll show one CCJ. It's going to look almost identical. Look at this. I don't have to look at any others. So URA, guys, I mentioned it yesterday. I don't know if you took it as a swing, but it was an idea. Now, you see this cost after, I don't think was it after hours or was it just as the market was closing? Yeah, just as the market was closing yesterday, costs. Traders circulating something with a patent challenge, winning a patent challenge against Apple. And this was a cost. Of course, this was a huge meme stock back in January. Anyway, it's actually holding its gains. I mean, there was the pre-market after hours pop. And it is still kind of holding its gains, KOSS. NRBO, is it holding its gains? NRBO, it's a virus play, and the answer is no. Look at this, 237 down to 199, not holding its gains. AGMH, this is a crypto play. AGMH, is it holding its gains? No. SNTG. Are you holding your gains? See, when I do all my pre-market work, I'm seeing something and it may have popped up and it's still there. So that's why I put it on the list. After that, I don't know what it's doing until I check right now. So SNTG, though, it is holding its gains. I don't see any specific news for it. It's a low float, though, 5.2 million in the float. I don't see any specific news. CRISPR, boy, this is getting really hit hard here. CRISPR, CRSP. I don't typically. This is one that I may actually look at shorting. It's an expensive one. Phase 1 results. Analysts are really being negative about this one. It is, my goodness. A few months ago this hit over $200, $221. So they are being really negative about these phase 1 results. WTRH, somebody was mentioning that one before, WTRH. So Morgan Stanley has disclosed a 10% passive stake in the company. So that has caused this one to pop. This obviously was released, or that information was released after hours yesterday. And it's not a low float, 100 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float situation. SGH, we're starting to get into earnings. SGH is a earnings play. SGH, nice gap up for it. 10. You know what? This is only 22 million in the float for a $48 stock. Relay, RLAY. Let's see. This is Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Cowen, Guggenheim, etc. Book managers for this. So this has caused this one to pop up a bit. NSPR, this was really, I almost took this one in the pre-market. I didn't quite remember saying to myself I could have had all I wanted at 444. NSPR, reimbursement. It's a bio reimbursement approval from the France or the French National Hospital Association. Let me just see what it says exactly. Trading higher after the company announced received reimbursement approval for the embolic prevent system from the French National Authority for Health. Okay, so that's the reason for this one popping up. And a low float. RVNC. I know this one was tanking yesterday. I don't know. We were looking for news while it was tanking. I had closed the room right around 3, so I don't know if we ever found news why it was tanking, but it's trying to rebound now. RVNC. You know, look right here. This just got all the way down to 19. So it is trying to rebound a bit, RVNC. Jasper, JSPR, and this is one of those aggressive price targets. Oppenheimer has put a $21 price target on them. And VST gapped up over the 200-day moving average. I don't see, well, I do see now, trading higher after the company announced announcing a $2 billion buyback program for VST. Okay, those are some of the ones that are active this morning. Prog, another one, PROG, very active, 13.5 million shares have traded. This got up to 277 yesterday and it pulled back. All right, let me just take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And by the way, if you were in the room yesterday, where Zach was talking about NRXP needing to go parabolic, and it did for a while. NRXP got all the way up to 11. I actually traded this one right around this area. This is, I closed the room right here around 3, and watch this, and it just gapped up. Went from about 10 to 11. Didn't take, I got about the middle 2/3. I always say, give me the middle 2/3 of a move and I'll be very happy. All right, let's take a look at, there was one I forgot to mention. GRWG, really big gap down. Cannabis play, big gap down, and starting to recover. I guess some merger they were going to do, or acquisition they were going to do, has been terminated. So that was a big move down for GRWG. All right, let's take a look at some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Yeah, see, the big upgrade for Plug, I think a price target of $40, Morgan Stanley for Plug. Okay, there is some of the upgrades. Look at some of the downgrades in now. All right, not too many of each. Those are the upgrades, some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. This one is starting. Bicycle Therapeutics, BCYC. An all-time high now, BCYC. So I'm starting to see these headlines. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Lyric acting as book-running managers for Bicycle, BCYC. I saw another headline for another stock. They're starting to put news out like that. The book. So, this is one, I recall when this one went public, I might have mentioned this before. I know I mentioned this before. This had some huge people behind it when it went public. I'm talking about the Goldmans and the Morgans and the JP Morgans, and it did nothing for months and months and months, and look at it now. Hey Zach, I'm sure you must have traded that NRXP later on in the day. ZYXI, let's take a look at ZYXI. No volume yet. Now it's a 70% order growth, an increase, etc., etc. Let's take a look at the sectors this morning. Let's see what's happening. Give me maybe a clue what we can expect today. All right, so this is what we see. This is pre-market, of course. So right now, as we looking at energy as an example, so these are the major ETFs, okay? So, and this is XLE as an example, the major ETF for the energy sector. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So what's the first thing you notice? Every single stock is down from yesterday's close right now that make up this sector, okay? So all the energy stocks are down that make up this sector from yesterday's close. Whereas technology, as we speak, 77% are up. Financial, 80% are up. Communications usually run hand in hand with, technology, 91% up. So we're going to have, I'm just looking here, so the SPY, we're going to have a positive open, unless something dramatically changes. Not a hugely positive open, but this is, a bit of a snapshot. Of course, this can change. I recall yesterday, energy really changed, financials really changed over the course of the day. But a bit of a snapshot just to see what might happen for the balance of the day. Yeah, DATS is definitely, it's on my watch list. DATS is on the watch list. And lots of volume, 2.9 already, 11.5 million in the float. Okay guys, I'll be right back. Yeah, GWH, thought I mentioned it. Maybe I didn't mention. Oh, no, that's right. GWH was the big one from yesterday. The Bill Gates stock, or as a share, or something to do with it. Bill Gates inspired, etc. That was what a run it had. Now, still hanging in there. You know, it's down 25 cents, yes, but it's still hanging in there. Definitely one to watch today. For those of you liking the super cheap ones, well, starting to actually pull back now. But new, I noticed new. I don't trade the ones under $1, but I know some of you would be interested. So this is new, but it is starting to fade. Lots of volume, 10 million shares already. All right. I don't think I mentioned this one. HX. Yeah, this has been all over the place. I was going to talk about it a little bit, and then I noticed this. So it had the big topping tail, and it just sold off, and it got back down to here, almost flat. But it is wild and crazy, whippy. I have no idea why. When I say that, I don't see any headline. China stock. You know, it is above yesterday's high, though. I guess that's about what best we can say right now. Above yesterday's high, and that is HX. Super low float, 1.9 million in the float. This is almost already traded. Well, not quite half the float. It's traded just about. So this will certainly trade the float today, multiple times. I mean, a big run, you know, $1.83 just a couple of weeks ago, 461 now. William, you are our bio expert. Did you read the news on CRISPR, CRSP? Let's take a look at edit. The edit and CRISPR usually kind of run in tandem. Not yet. And the other one is, I think, NTLA. No, so it's just CRISPR being hit. I mean, they had news specific to their company, of course, but Hubs. Hubs, as in a $775 stock. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, at 700. Why don't they do a forward split? 44 million in the float. Such a low float for a $700 stock. The price target has been raised to $835 a share by Wells Fargo. Yeah, he's 92, 93 years old, William Shatner. Sadly, without Spock, yes. Yeah, right. How is that cost doing? So the costs, yeah, just be awfully careful with it. It's a very low float. So here we go, okay? Cost shares are trading higher as traders circulate a USPTO patent trial and appeal board document showing the company prevailed in Apple's intellectual property right patent challenge, okay? Now, is this true? I don't know. But this is the reason for the pop here. Now, this is the news from yesterday, okay? This is not new news, but they're recirculating this. And there's a big pop for DATS. What's the high over here? The high over here is 1857. That is the high. Boy, it takes that out. I mean, there's no stopping this one. Okay, give me a moment, please, guys. I'll be right back. Buenos dias, Diego. All right, guys. Well, we're just about 3 minutes, a little less than 3 minutes to the open. Just looking to see if anything else is coming in here. GWH. So somebody mentioned GWH. I mentioned GWH. Somebody. Look at the market, guys. Market putting in a nice little 45-minute pop here. After that big bottoming candle, not bottoming candle, but big red candle right there. Recovery. So the market's in for a positive open to start. Another little one, didn't mention it, ALIM. Reason I don't mention some of these, I mean, when I see them, I see these big topping tails and then they just sell right off. So, I mean, it's hard to know what exactly is going to happen. But, you know, this is still up 10%. Not that much volume. And then I hear stock HIMS. Him and Hers Health Inc. HIMS. So yesterday's high. So it's getting into a probably a big resistance area if it can take that out. Yeah, still looking at a possibility. I mean, you know, somebody asked about Ura. Mentioned this one yesterday as a potential swing trade. Uranium was hot yesterday. Virtually all of, well, certainly CCJ, and I probably if I look at other uranium stocks, they're all going to have the same pattern. You know, this big run, the drop, kind of a base, and then yesterday, a big daily candle like that. Yes, 1 minute to the open. Thank you, William. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I'm going to be able to maybe concentrate a little bit more on trading today. The questions really died off yesterday. Don't be shy. Ask questions. And still time if you do want to pop this link in right here, the test drive. You'll have the balance of today. If you want to try us out for $11.11, our full premium service. Okay. You have the balance of today plus Thursday, Friday, and all next week. All right, we're now open. We are now open. Yeah, welcome, Lean Wolf. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Costs on the run here, costs on the run, but just be careful. I mean, look, one of the reasons I don't like trading the first 15 minutes, you see a lot of stocks pop up, down, up, down, up, down. Can drive you crazy. And there's Cameco, guy. Wow, look at Cameco. It's CCJ again. Uranium play, up, down, up, down. This looks just like the ETF for uranium, URA. Well, James, I mean, you're in a. I mean, we will have ideas all day long. Okay, stocks to trade. Is it pluff or plug? Yeah, I can see on the keyboard that F is right beside G, rubber toe. So I'm sure you meant plug and not pluff. Of course, waiting on my options to see option scanner to see what we're going to have today. Still pretty light action. I guarantee next week it'll pick up because of a lot more companies releasing earnings. All right, there's uranium. Well, CCJ, big uranium play. CCJ, they had a big red candle, green candle. My guess, let's take a look at the ETF, URA. I wonder if it did exactly the same thing. The answer, so that hasn't recovered quite yet. And we have our first halt of the day, JSPR, our first halt of the day. There's the pre-market high, around just a little over 10. And Oppenheimer putting a $21 price target on JSPR. Be big on the move here. Be big. What's the next high looking left is 772. So it's got some room. After hours high was 719 or so. Again, I don't trade in the first 15 typically. I just I like to see things settle down just a little bit. So BLDP, Ballard, probably being tugged along a little bit with the plug upgrade. There's a lot of resistance, not that far away for Ballard, BLDP. Looks like around between 1580 and 16. A lot of resistance. All right, the SNTG. So there's the pre-market high. Can it take out that pre-market high? 321. Very low float, 5.2 million in the floats. Traded almost a third, not quite a third of that already. Maybe about 30% of it. Hood, let's take a look at Hood. Excuse me. Woof, almost a, where's the low here? We're about 13% above the all-time low. Of course, this is Robinhood, big IPO right here. Who's M Science? I think I've heard of them. All right, let's take a quick look at the markets. What are the markets doing? So the SPY's had this 1 hour run. So Dow's up, NASA's up, SPY's up. So far, no disconnect. All right, this relay is still strong. RLAY. So it's above the big area. Well, okay, that's around 30. This is an IPO from back here. Back here as in, it looks like July of last year, not this year. BlackBerry. I wonder if the memers have got a hold of this one. BlackBerry, BB. Again, it's early. It's very early. Eldorado, Goldplay, EGO, big Canadian company. All right, GRWG is still weakening. There's the pre-market low, is down around 2112 or so. Still weakening. So we're going to do some kind of an acquisition, and the acquisition has been mutually terminated. I'm really watching this one to see if it's going to really pitch. I mean, look here on the monthly chart. The next low looking left is just around 17 for GWRG. On the weekly chart, it's probably about the same. So I mean, if this really wants to keep moving down, there's not a lot of support for it for GRWG. Okay, so I'm seeing some movement in some of the precious metals. I see AG and EGO. All right, guys, look at Palt. Palt just popped here. P-A-L-T. Now, of course, this was the one. We had the three of them. We had DATS, Palt, and can't remember the other one, but the three of them were all crazy on this day. So Palt is making a bit of a comeback here. Probably no reason other than, DATS is moving. The social media. Palt. All right, the WTRH has come back and a nice little pop in the pre-market, 126, pulled all the way back almost to $1. Still moving. News on this one, Morgan Stanley disclosing a 10% stake in the passive stake in the company. That was news after hours yesterday for WTRH. GRWG. Boy, this is looking really interesting as a short, guys. GRWG. I'm not telling anybody to take the short in it. I'm just saying it's an plug on that upgrade is moving. Plug. I think, and it's tugging. I mean, look at that bottoming tail, though. I mean, look at that bottoming tail all the way down to 29.68. You know, that looked pretty ominous, and it just pops right back up. That's why it's, you know, in the first 15 minutes. I know this is pre-market still, but it can be very whippy to trade. Not just this one, but a lot of stocks. Up down in the first in the first 15. And Jasper, that was a 10-minute halt for Jasper. JSPR, that was a 10-minute halt. Again, big upgrade. $21 price target put on by Oppenheimer. And it just got halted again. So Jasper just got halted again. This is going to be a crazy one today for sure on that big upgrade. Depends what you mean by Chris, by a quick scalp. I would say no. I think account builder. I haven't looked at it, but I would say that account builder probably is looking for more swing. But I haven't looked at it at all. I wouldn't think that would be a quick scalper. Momentum and things like that. Probably. It depends what you mean by a scalp. What do you mean by a scalp, Chris? Yeah, but quick trade in and out for 2 cents, 3 cents, 5 cents, 10 cents, 1 cent. You know, there's all sorts of. And why would you get out? Why would you get out of a trade in a few minutes if it were still working? Not trying to put you on the spot, but. All right. Well, I can't tell anybody to do what I'm doing, but look at the GRWG. Takes out 22, and wow. And guys, you know where I'm getting this from. This is the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, it's a 10-day daily breakdown. And that's where we knew about GRWG in the pre-market, and then it showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, right there, 2175. Grom, thank you. That's the one. That's the one I was thinking of. The three of them that moved that day. Sophie still is alive here, guys. SOFI still alive. I think they have a $25 price target put on them a few days ago. SOFI. Market is still, well, look at this. Now we have a disconnect, okay? Look at the Dow is down, NAS is up, SPY is up. So we have a little disconnect going. So growth stocks. Growth stocks up. Now look at Save, guys. Now Save is showing up on that scan also, the 10-day breakdown. Save, airline, of course. I think Delta had earnings today, DAL. Delta is an earnings play actually today. I know JP Morgan also released. I didn't really look at them, but I don't trade the big banks, but JP Morgan. So actually it's starting to drop. JP Morgan starting to drop now, earnings play. You don't have to learn how to use all the channels, Chris, though, okay? I mean, all sorts of different trading styles, all right? There's no, I mean, all the channels are themed based, of course. So do you see, I mean, I rarely look at the channels. We have a lot of channels there, all sorts of different styles of trading, okay? So it's not a matter of having to learn how to use them all. Don't get too overwhelmed by all the information that we have. Yeah, I didn't take Save. I'm kind of waiting to see if it breaks 25. So if it does, it doesn't have that much room. A lot of support around 2460. So I'm not as interested in the Save on a short. Checking a couple of the AI alerts. Nothing's really happening there yet. RDW, I'm hearing RDW. Yeah, it's showing up right here. RDW, right here. I mean, this looks like an IPO here, but it probably was a SPAC that turned, and this is what this is the company they merged with. Yeah, old space SPAC on the cheap. Yeah, so this was a SPAC. If you don't know what that means, just it's an acronym, SPAC. Look it up. Look at the SPY now, guys. Wow, wiping out that first hour of gains. Look at the SPY. So if you are long something that is really kind of follows the market, obviously you better be very careful right now. That's a big red candle. That's what happened with the Dow. Now tech is, well, SPY is, NAS is still up, so we have this disconnect going. JSPR, definitely. What's the high here? The high over here, this is, what, 1490? And it's a low float, 12 million in the float. You can see it's traded 5.9 already, 5.9 million today already. This will easily trade the float. This could be today's GWH. Yeah, I do. I have another, I have some other scans on other monitors, yes. So it's one I'm sharing though. Let me just pop my link in. So if you click on my link, I'm sorry, it's okay. Click on my link, Barry's homepage. Click on that link, and when you do, this is what you'll see. And here are my scans. You click here. These are the two scans: daily, 10-day daily breakout, 10-day daily breakdown. That's where I found the GRWG. Okay, so I'm sharing a lot of scans that you don't see. I can't have them all on one monitor. It'd be overwhelming. But we talked about that in the pre-market also. Talked about that one in the pre-market. And width is coming in on the 10-day breakout. It's funny, I'm not as wild about the breakouts as the breakdowns. BLRX, let's take a look at BLRX. A lot of volume, and Israeli stock, a lot of volume coming in through the 200-day moving average, 295, through the 200-day moving average. So what happens when we look left? Look left, there's a high of 3, and right there a high of 310. So it might struggle to get through this area, depending on this news. And now it says positive results. Yeah, there is news. I mean, positive results from, let's see. Positive results from, I can't tell if it's phase 2, phase 1. I'm with you, Zach. I can't tell what phase it is. Phase 3. Oh, wait a minute. Was a pre-planned study conducted in parallel with the Genesis phase 3. Just trying to read through this really quickly. So it doesn't look like it's phase 1 or 2. Yeah, Jasper, I mean, this is the one, guys, today. This is like yesterday's GWH. A very low float. All right, next on the list here, this VRT just got hammered yesterday, and continuation. It's through that area right there on the weekly chart, so there's not a lot of support for this one. VRT, it's a big float, 279 million, so it probably won't be crazy. Crazy, when I say crazy, it probably won't be too whippy. Look at this market. Look at this candle here. Another minute, another couple of minutes for this candle to close. Okay, now I noticed my watch list here. So there was the Jasper at 12, triggered at 9:48. Okay, 13:41 now. Don't know what the other two did. Sophie 19:13. It's still holding that area. And NSPR 452, and it is still holding that area. So on my watch list, the three that triggered. One obviously has been a huge move. And continuing, JSPR from the watch list. Okay, keep an eye on the WTRH now. Triggered from the watch list at 126. All right, how far is it? Okay, I mean, look, the next high is 1490. I mean, it's almost there. The next high, that'll be a lifetime high, of course, for Jasper, JSPR. So Oppenheimer obviously carries a lot of weight with this one. That was the one I shorted yesterday, T-Mobile. I'm sorry, AT&T, I keep thinking. Wow, continues down. Well, I mean, it's not a lifetime low, as it was pointed out, I guess, way back here in 2010. But it's getting closer and closer. I don't know how much further it's going down, but boy, what a collapse of a old school company. Yeah, maybe on the price target, maybe. CCJ. Well, how's UR? I mean, it was very, very whippy at the beginning. URA. Let's take a look at URA first. Uranium ETF. Yeah, so it popped up here, moved back down here. So it's still pretty whippy. I mean, it's still up. All right, guys, I took a loss on the VRT, a small loss on it. I'm going to keep watching it, see if it moves back down again. I took a little loss on the VRT. Let's see if it moves back down to this level again. Okay, so this... All right, so WTRH, I see some resistance not that far away. Yeah, this, I mean, this Jasper now, it's almost a lifetime high, 1490. What did it get up to? Got up to, wow, in fact, it actually broke above the high right here when it debuted. Now, if you're wondering why this prog is up here, okay, this is in the simulator. This is from yesterday. Okay, I'm going to go over the simulator in a little bit, but this is in the paper trading mode. This is in the simulator. So this was just a carry. This is not in my real account, okay? This is just a carry forward from yesterday. So I don't really have any thoughts on it. I mean, it popped in the pre-market. Look at this one, guys, going CRXT on the move here. Wow, CRXT. So where could it stall? First of all, look at the float. 1.77 million in the float. That is an insanely low float number, okay? And the next high is looking left, 577, 510. So, I mean, the next high is 577. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but it has room. Yeah, so this NSPR has a lot of resistance right around this area. If it could ever break out over 5, wow, I mean, look left, the next high would be 682. So what was the news again on this one? NSPR, reimbursement approval from French hospital authorities, I guess. So low float. So guys, this is why you have a stop. You know, I took this short, the VRT short. You know, I didn't get stubborn. Didn't think, oh, well, it's got to move back down. I mean, it might later on. I got stopped out where I wanted to. So manageable loss. Here are the warrants. JSPR W, here are the warrants. Well, this one actually from that 10-day breakdown. Now, this I didn't take it because I thought maybe this is going to stall it. We'll see. It's getting 24. I'm talking about Save, Spirit Airlines. So 24.82. Looks like there's a lot of support right around 24.50. So we'll see. I mean, this may. It's not an earnings plate. I know Delta released earnings. DAL. You know, I mean, nobody's expecting obviously blockbuster earnings from any of the airlines, but Delta Airlines stock falls after Q3 results, expects fuel prices to hurt Q4 profit. So that's the headline. Yeah, I'm the same way, William. I'm not going to force a trade, that's for sure. Can't find anything that I really like. I'm just going to sit on my hands. How do you close a trade without a stop in place? You just hit the sell button. Are you talking like in your broker, or are you talking about in the simulator? I mean, you can get out at any. You don't. So I'm not sure I understand your question. If I want to get out of this trade right here, right now, I just flatten it. If you're talking about in this simulator, flatten gets you out of a trade. Or I could go down here and pick the shares I want and pick the price I want and sell it. Yeah, I'm sure you're out of the GWH, William. So maybe I'm not understanding your question, C. Ryan. Okay. But you can also just go into the, you can pick how many shares you want to get out and the price you want to get out and sell. So if you go in at the market, depends on the spread, but yes, flatten gets you out of a trade in this simulator. All right, guys. Well, the GRWG, I still have some left. It popped up a little. I still have some left. See how much more. There's a pre-market low is way down here. 21.18 on this short. FCUV ramping up. Let's take a look at it. FCUV. Oh, Jasper, my goodness, Jasper might hit that price that target of 20 today. Crazy, isn't it? Those of you who are old enough to remember the dot-com days, you remember when analysts, they look at a stock and say, well, we think this is going to $200. The stock was at 40, and in about an hour it would be at $200. If you recall those crazy days, if you were around then. The good old days, yeah. Yeah, just before, yeah, around the 2000s, yeah. So 20 years ago or so. Yeah, look at the SPY, guys. I mean, this is really getting a sell-off. Remember, we had an hour straight up, almost, and then we were having half an hour right now. So another 3 minutes or so for this candle to close, but this is a big sell-off right now. So if you're long anything, just be careful, obviously. Especially if it more or less tracks the SPY. I'm just watching the GRWG, see if it get into the 50s. And the answer is yes, so far. William, what did we just say? You're forcing trades. There we go. Well, the news, such as it is for JSPR, is Oppenheimer put a $20 price target on them. Now, yeah, I mean, if you, not try to be mean, but all you have to do, I don't know if you have trade ideas, but there's the news right there, okay? Right there. Okay, that's your news. $21, sorry. $21. Can you open up a chart window and set it so it is always on top of all the other open windows? You mean if I wanted this, if I open up a new chart, let me make sure I understand what you mean. Well, I just place it anywhere I want. So if I wanted, for whatever reason, I wanted a big chart up here, okay, I just save my layout. Just save it, and then when I open it again, it'll be right here, if that's what you mean. If you save your work, if you place wherever you want any, a trade ideas or a chart, doesn't matter, a scan, just save your work, and then it'll appear wherever you want it to be, like any window, not just a chart. Is that what you meant, David? Oh, I don't know about a Ninja Trader chart. I mean, I can't tell you. I don't know if I can help you on that one. I mean, I don't know what you mean by putting it on top of a Ninja Trader chart. Why would you want to do that? You want to cover up your Ninja Trader chart? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. All right, guys, listen, WTRH is getting closer here, closer. I know it's an AI alert also, not doing well. On a percentage basis, it's doing very well. I'm a little skeptical, but listen, if it can take out this 141, Look at the room on a percentage basis to 176 or so. I'm not saying it's going to get there. And it did have, similar Morgan Stanley, I shouldn't say similar news. There wasn't a price target put on it, but Morgan Stanley disclosing a 10% passive stake in the company. CRXT, it kept moving higher. Remember, we saw this one right around here, just on that 5 break. I missed that one. All right, guys, this GRWG keeps moving down. Another airline just showed up as a potential short here. Well, if all you were doing was following my watch list, Jasper, wow, 1684. This is. I'm not in this one, guys. I'll flat out tell you, I'm not in this one. But these are ideas. I create the watch list. These are ideas. If it makes sense to you, I didn't see it right here, to be honest. I mean, I was doing other things, concentrating on my GRWG short. I also had to manage the VRT short. Now VRT is now starting to come back into that short zone. Yeah, they did, Zach. I was expecting maybe a bigger drop. I mean, the analysts really weighed in negatively. As I got down to, 91, so it's popped. Yeah, I mean, it's... I did see this one in the pre-market. Didn't have very much volume, GNLN. I know it's an AI alert. Again, one of those ones that's just coming into a lot of, looks like anyway, a lot of resistance. So even though I do like the ones under $20 from the AI, I just look at this and I think, man, there's a lot of resistance not that far away. So I'm not sure how I can help you, David, when you talk about putting a TI chart on top of a Ninja Trader chart. I'm not sure I know how to help you. I don't have an SMA scan. So what do you mean by that exactly, though, Teresa? The other traders, trade ideas, are you talking about like move down to the 10 SMA and maybe bouncing off it and things like that? Or stocks that are above, the 20, the 50, the 200-day moving average, things like that? So the latter, sorry, I asked 2 questions. So, so are you okay? So I'll ask the question again. Are you looking for stocks that are, say, above all the moving averages, the main moving averages? As an example. And then I'll wait. Okay, so if I right click, configure, and do a search, okay, and I can type in cross as an example. Okay, so here we have cross above the 10-day, the 20, the 50, the 20, and that's it. So the 20, 50, and 200, either up or down. So here is an alert you can use. After that, it's up to you. And when I say that, up to you, I don't know what price range you want, the minimum volume, but there is the alert that you can use for a cross above these moving averages. So does that help you? So again, when you construct your top list or your alert window, and then right click, configure, search, and then just type in cross. And scroll down a little bit, and here you have them, okay? I don't have a particular scan for this, but that's where you start. There is your alert for the cross. And again, after that, again, you have to create probably a price range you want and a minimum volume. Oh, well, this is an alert. This is actually an alert. Okay, this is an alert. So it's an alert window that you would be using this in, not a top list window. Do you see what I mean? I mean, these are alerts. And like a new high alert, these are, this is an alert window. So when I get a new high in a stock, I get, or a new low, I get an alert. So these are alerts. But if you wanted to find, stocks that are above the 20, 50, and 200, you could easily do stuff like that also. If you're more interested in things like moving back to an SMA, the other traders use the SMAs way more than I do. What's there to understand, Santosh? I would not complicate it at all, okay? If you're looking at the AI strategies, okay, or the AI alert, just look at the alerts, okay? Yeah, we don't, I know as crazy as it sounds, we don't have EMAs. Okay? Only SMAs, Tim. If you have, the question was, I'm trying to understand the AI strategies. Yeah, but I wouldn't even worry about, I wouldn't even care. I mean, I'll be brutally frank here. All I would do is click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, and wait for the alerts to happen. Who cares? I mean, I'm not trying to be, but here's your alerts. Does it matter what strategy it's coming from, really? Does it really matter? You click on an alert. Here's one that just came in. You click on an alert. You check the chart. You think, yeah, okay, I wouldn't mind trading that for. You see what I make? You see it. I think, and this is a general comment, not directed to you only, Santosh. I mean, people I think try to really overcomplicate the AI, wondering, well, why is this alert here, and what am I supposed to do, and where did it come from, etc. Me, I have this window. I wait for the alerts to happen. I check if I get an alert. I check on it. I personally like the ones under $20. That's just a personal preference. I click on it. I check to see if I want to trade it. If I do, I trade it. If I don't, I don't. Okay? You cannot input a specific stock into the AI. No. How do I create I have a bunch of scans that I look at after hours and then also in the pre-market. And from there, I create a watch list. All right. And then the watch list is made up of many more stocks than what you see here. These are the ones that triggered from it. Okay. So the watch list is new every day, but there could be some carryovers. Okay, there could be some carryovers. In other words, so I have a watch list. Let's just say, for argument's sake, it's 30 stocks long. Now I don't want all 30 stocks to trigger. So I put some filters in here, just to give you an idea what I'm talking about. So, it's only looking at this watch list that I call Best WL. From there, so it's only looking at that watch list, and then these are the ones that triggered from it. So tomorrow, for instance, Sophie may still be on the watch list. If I like the way it trading, it may make the watch list for tomorrow, as an example. No, there are no parameters that you can set, but we get so few stocks. I mean, yesterday there were many more stocks in the AI, but what happens for me is, you get an alert. If I don't like the price range, I just don't click on it. The only reason you would want to be able to filter is if you're saying, well, I want to take every alert, but I don't want to, but only the ones under 20, and I want to auto trade them. No, 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 no. We don't suggest auto trading anything, especially the AI. So I guess my point is, again, you get an alert if you don't like it, because it's outside the price range, then you don't click on it. You don't even look at trading it. Otherwise, so it's not like we get 100 alerts a day that you have to sift through them all to find the ones that are only under 20, as an example. Now look at DATS. DATS just absolutely collapsed. But GRWG, for me, this has been an awesome short. Well, I'm a little late. Usually I do all this around 10:20, but first of all, big welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Share my screen live on the mic. This is not special because we're in this test drive. This is the way it is. And speaking of the test drive, all right, so I just put the test drive link in. So if you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So you'll get the balance of today up to October 22nd. So obviously you're not going to get a full 10 trading days with this, okay? It still costs $11.11. So I just want to be very, very clear. If you sign up right now, you'll get the balance of today, and it ends a week Friday. And you'll have access to our full premium service. The only thing you won't be able to do is auto trade anything, okay? That's the only thing that that is prevented during the test drive. But everything else is just as if you were a full premium subscriber. It's also open if you wanted to take a look at our premium service. If you're a standard subscriber, open to for those of you who are a standard subscriber and want to upgrade until the 22nd. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. In other words, you don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Wow, guys, I mean, GRWG has just turned into a complete and utter star. So Santosh, are you talking about this AI/Holly strategy window? I would just forget about it. If that's what you're talking about. Okay, I'm just going to put a couple of links in here. Yeah, if you're talking about Holy Grail, Holy Neo, Holy 2.0, forget about that also. I know it sounds confusing, guys, but I mean, this was an idea that was generated a few years ago. The original Holly was just called Holy Grail, then it was Holly 2.0, Holly Neo. There were 3 segments. In theory, Holly 2.0 was a little more aggressive and Holly Neo was even more aggressive. Forget about it, okay? It's just one big Holly, so don't worry. Don't even consider, what the differences are. Just concentrate on what the alerts are. That's it. AI/Holly strategy trades window. This is nothing to do with the AI. If you're talking about this, yeah, don't worry about this again. I mean, it's confusing. This is always going to show up, the long, and it's okay, this discretionary long, discretionary short. But these are again, I don't care. I honestly don't care what strategies the AI alerts came from. Just tell me what the alerts are and I'll figure out a way to trade them if I want to. Yeah, I mean, it makes it so much easier. Rather than trying to figure out what the heck does Holly Neo mean? What the heck does Holly 2.0 mean? What strategy is this coming from? Like what? Just, here are your alerts. How you trade them will be up to you. Okay, guys, just a minute. We have our happy little dog waking up today. Okay. I love you too. Okay. Oh, I'm sure there are some who trade. I don't trade the VIX. I don't trade that, but I'm sure there's some in the room that do. So let me keep my spiel going here. Man, oh man, this I don't know if anybody took this one on that short, but boy, what a great short this has turned out to be. GRWG. And, here's the next low looking left on the month. I'm not saying it's going to get down to 16, but wow. All right, so the next link I want to talk about is my homepage link. Yeah, so I have no idea what the average daily return is. There is a graph that shows the info. I'm going to just send you to info@trade-ideas.com. That shows its performance versus the SPY. Okay, you can ask for that. I don't have it. The AI gets out of every trade at the end of the day, but doesn't mean you have to. If you took an AI trade and you liked the way it was trading and you looked left, as I always do. I look left, and if it was an AI trade and I saw a lot of room that could still keep running, then it's my decision whether or not I want to hold it. You know, listen, I think people get really hung, just in general, okay? We tend to label ourselves. I'm a day trader, I'm a swing trader, I'm a this trader. What does it really mean? You know, I mean, I happen to be, I guess what you'll call a day trader, just because I'm more comfortable being out of positions at the end of the day. It doesn't mean, though, that I'll never, ever swing. It just means that's my comfort level. But if I saw something that closed really well, and it had a lot of room, then I can make up my mind whether or not I'm going to swing it, okay? It all depends on your risk tolerance. Man, the CRXT, I know wow, now this is just, what an awesome one. I mean, I know I mentioned this one right here on that break, just at 5, and it is continuing to motor. How can this happen? Well, 1.77 in the float, 1.77 million shares in the float, and it is traded 4.3 million shares, so you can already see, if you divide that 1.77 into 4.3, you get about 2.3. It's traded the float 2.3 times. Which one is that, Christine? Recent AI, I don't know which one you're talking about. Which one is that? MCHP? So again, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. So it was a split, and I mean, this is reflective of the split, I guess. Like, when was that? I can't really comment on it. I mean, I'm just looking at the chart here. I can't really comment on it. The chart looks okay to me. I see what you're looking at, though. I see what you're looking at. Yeah, I really can't comment on it. I mean, I don't know. I see what you're looking at, though. I see a big line up here around 140. Looks like this was a 1-for-2 forward split. I don't think so. I don't think so. So Santosh, no, the AI only starts working. The first alert you'll ever get from the AI will be no earlier than 9:35. You know, today the first alert was at 9:40. Okay, nothing happens in the pre-market with the AI. All right, my home page. I'm getting behind here. Okay, so in the main trading room, you'll see there is a tab there called Barry's homepage. So if you click on that, I also put the link in, but this is available all day long, of course. Click on my homepage link, and here's a way in which you can take out a subscription right now. Barry 4 Alpha for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas, show you how much Trade Ideas costs. So we have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the big one, $22.68 a year minus the 15% on an annual basis. Standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over a little bit. It's the big difference. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You don't have to have an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's okay. Standard premium, $118, $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. Please listen carefully, because we get so many emails saying, hey, how come I'm being charged full on the second month? Well, you get the discount the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. If we had a 15% discount every month, why would anybody take out an annual subscription? Okay, but those are the plans we've got. Now on my homepage, 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at around noon every day. This is Eastern time, of course. And all the education, including, when you click here, we now have a great TI user guide, all nicely categorized, okay? Full table of contents, all nicely categorized. This just started last week, okay? Also, the 20 introductory lessons. I would really encourage you, you can look at the user guide, of course, but that's more detailed. But take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. This shows you what is a top list, building one, what is an alert window, creating them, all the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokers Plus, which I'm going to get into in a little bit. Scroll down, daily support sessions between 12 and 1. I moderate a YouTube room at the same time as this one. I do take a break at around noon. So at noon, between noon and 1, 12 and 1, one of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. Today is Wednesday. So that should be Scott. That should be Steve Gomez. He's the originator of the trades of the week. So before I leave for my break, I will put the link in. So the daily webinars, there are none these 2 weeks during the test drive, but when we get back to our normal schedule, we're on a rotation. 1 week it's Tuesday, Thursday. The following week it's Monday, Wednesday. So you can sign up for them all here though. More educational videos about trade ideas, starting it from scratch. Now, great little series. Now it may not be, somebody's told me it's only 29, but whatever that number is. If you're new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock? All right, so if you're brand new to trading, we really recommend you taking a look at this. And we have some ebooks that we also created. And then, also, now obviously you have to be a subscriber, but during the test drive you have access to my layout. It's a sample layout that I've got, plus all individual scans that I've created that you might want to take a look at. You hear me talk about this 10-day daily break, either up or down, it's right here. And my favorite scan, it'll start producing a lot more alerts probably by next week, but is moving higher with unusually strong options. So I have a lot of scans that I've created here, plus a sample layout. So these 2 sections, a lot of information. Save my link, then you can take a look at all of this whenever you want. Okay? Okay, guys, wow, look at GRWG. This is just, this is what you want to see. No, it had a little bit of chop right here, a little bit of chop, but look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, an hour and 15 minutes straight down, basically. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. What time is it? 10:47. I'll be right back. 2 or 3 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, where was I? For those of you who are sort of really new to all this, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in the world, you can use trade ideas. Okay, I'm just trying to answer a question. No, it's not a bug. No, it just didn't like the way it was trading. So it said, you know what, we don't like the way it's trading. And so it exited basically right where, instead of waiting for the stop price. I don't think it's a bug. It happens. You know, looked at the way it was trading and said, you know what, just don't like the way it's trading, so we're going to get out. Okay, Ron, you know what? info@trade-ideas.com, and ask for that as a suggestion. Coming from our customers, way more powerful than coming from me. Okay? Are you leaving already, Thomas? Or are you just showing up? So anyway, we're a scanner, guys. We are a scanner. So this is an example of a scan. You know, I call it basic new highs and lows. If I right click on it, if you want to build your own scans, then you always start off, this is what it's looking for. Prices between 1 and 20, high current volume of 8. What that means is it's trading at least 8 times normal, what it would normally do up to this point of the day. So and 400,000 shares, etc. So when you're building your own scan, you always start off with filters. If I didn't have filters, here's my trigger. My trigger meaning the alert is a new high for the day or a new low for the day. Imagine if I didn't have filters. I would, obviously, stocks are making new highs and new lows all day long. I'd have thousands of alerts. So you always start off with some filters to kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. Okay? Okay, just give me one moment, please. Okay, so I was asked in our YouTube room, is there a scan for an all-time high? We have a position in, so you can do something like this. Configure, search, and then position. Type in position as an example, and we've got a lot of positioning ranges, okay? So we have this one here, the position in the lifetime range. So if you added the filter, and if you didn't want it, if you wanted it to be just slightly underneath, you could put something like, 97 to 99. So in other words, it would be within 1 to 2%, 1 to 3% of its lifetime high. If you want it to be over, you would put 100, and you would see stocks that are at or over. The reason why it would be over is because it's looking left. The previous, it's not necessarily counting today. Okay, but you can use this lifetime range filter to show you stocks that are very close to or above, its lifetime high. Okay? Now, I don't scan for that. I'm just showing you how you could create your own scan using the position and lifetime range. And then after that, of course, you'd have to put, a price range you're interested in, maybe a minimum volume you're interested in, things like that. So again, that was an example of a scan, basic new highs and lows. You start off, so you want to build your own scans. Now the good news is that you don't have to learn a programming language. If I right click on an alert window and click on configure, and then click on search, these are all the alerts that we have. You see these icons? These are all the alerts we have. And if I scroll to the bottom here, turning into these icons, these are the filters that we have. So if you're trying to build your own scans, we feel we have enough alerts and filters that you can combine them to give them the type of scan that you are looking for. I don't know if am I cutting out for everybody? Or is it just Zach? Okay, so get a new computer. Yeah, here you go. Get a new computer. Not Zach, Dak. Oh man, I'm looking at this. Is GRWG. See if it can take out 21 now. All right, let me talk a little bit about the AI. If you're part of this test drive, or if you have our premium service, just this is what I would do. I get a lot of questions about this, and I know I tend to sort of gloss over it because I don't go into a huge amount of detail because I think it just can complicate it. All I would do is click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. And this is the window that you'll see. Never mind these two up here, but this is the window that you'll see. Wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry time. You have an entry price. You don't have to get in right at the price. You can, I never, ever, ever, ever take a trade. Just, I will always click on the alert, check to see how it's trading, see where there might be some resistance. If I like the look of it, then I can make up my mind if I want to take the trade. Now, that's what I do, okay? But just wait for the alerts to happen, and how you trade them will be up to you. You have a stop price, okay? Again, how you trade them will be up to you, but I wouldn't overcomplicate it. I use a mental stop because I'm not in so many trades at the same time, okay? If I were in a lot of trades at the same time, I would probably have to, well, not probably, I would have to put in some kind of a physical stop or a hard stop, okay? But I'm not typically in more than 2 trades at a time. So I'm always able, like what you don't see what I'm doing, of course, I'm watching, I've got GRWG on a thumbnail on another chart. And of course I'm paying close attention to it. It's the only trade I'm in. But if I were in, 5, 6, 7 trades at the same time, yeah, I'd have to have a way to monitor them. Well, and that's a good point. I mean, if you're finding a mental stop is hard, then yeah, put a physical stop in, put an auto stop in, either with your broker or if you have Brokerage Plus, you can, and you can link to your IB account. You can do it there. All brokers will have you. There's always a way to put a stop in. So yeah, if you're finding it difficult to do, then yeah. So you notice that WTRH showed up on my options scanner and at 135. So would I take that trade? No. Why wouldn't I? Because I look left and I see there's some resistance right around that area. You know, and for me to take that trade, it would literally have to probably break that high. If it could break that high of around a 150, then it's got some room to get up to this, 175 level. But I get an alert at 135 and I'm just looking left. I'm saying, no, I'm going to pass. So just because I get something in my option scanner does not, 100% mean I just pile into it. These are all ideas, okay? Everything you're seeing here is an idea. And this is, trading is not easy. I mean, you're going to need some trading. You're going to need some chart experience, sizing up a chart. What does it look like? What sort of a pattern is it coming from? A FIFA without FIFA, okay? Well, right now the market doesn't like it. Okay, so here's a good example of something that you could have swung if you had wanted to. So this, if you notice right there, BLI, all right? This was an AI alert 2 days ago, okay? It worked a little bit. Then here's yesterday, and here's today. Now, would I have swung this? Probably not, because I probably would have thought there was too much resistance here. But, it would be up to you if you wanted to swing something like this. This was an AI alert a couple of days ago. Okay, I'm still interested in this HA as a potential short down the road. So the same thing with the CNR. I mean, it's CNR. No, that's not right. This is not Hawaiian Holdings. Let me just do a refresh. Okay. Something is going on, guys. Let me just see if I can. Oh, interesting. Well, this is obviously, for some reason, CNR is not, I mean, this is the right price and all that, but it's just not, it's not showing the right name just for CNR. I don't know why. Anyway, CNR, so I look at CNR, and we had the alert in the option scanner at 1413, and, there is this resistance area here. I mean, I guess if it can get through 1430, it's got a shot. But for some reason, this is not showing up at all. This is happening with you guys too. If you click on CNR, I mean, this is just a. It's just not showing. It's not showing up in my single stock window. Really? Let me just do a reset. There it is. Okay, now it's showing up. I did a reset before. Anyway, but I look at this and I think, you know what? There could be too much resistance. Now, I've been wrong many times before on this. I'm a little more conservative. I look at things and I think, man, I wonder if I can get through. I don't like seeing new highs that close to when I get or the next high looking left, that close to my alert. The other thing is there's a 200-day moving average. I mean, that's far enough away if it could get there, but Meanwhile, TTM. Every day, guys, every single day on that pop. That was Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, and now today. What a run this has been on, TTM. All right, let me talk a little bit about this window that you see here, this big blue window called Brokerage Plus. Only available if you're using our downloadable application, not available if you're using our web-based version. All right, so I put a link in, the Brokerage Plus link. Two videos. The first video, the short video, shows you if you have an interactive broker's account, how you can actually connect using this window that we call Brokerage Plus. So you can actually trade using this window once you're connected to your interactive broker's account, okay? So you have to watch that video. The second video is longer, goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window, and it's also relevant to the next topic, talking about using it as a simulator or paper trader. I cannot emphasize enough that before you start trading, please practice trading, okay? Before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy, you know. Trade ideas, that's what we generate ideas. It's not trade, well, when you get the alert, trade me right now, okay? So trading is not easy. So you have to practice. And it's easy in our simulator. You just click on that sim. Right underneath Brokerage Plus, you'll see one says live, one says sim, and now you're in simulation mode. Not shortable for me, Zach. Too bad. So it's really, and it doesn't matter who your broker is, okay? It's using our real-time data. It doesn't matter who your broker is. So let's just say you wanted to trade TIPT. Notice when I click on the alert, the symbol shows up, but I don't want to trade TIPT right now. I'd rather take it maybe if it pulled back, maybe if it pulled back to 1427. So I'm just showing you the mechanics of how you could do something like that. So I would pick how many shares I would want to do, trade. In the price box here, I'm going to put 1427. And also in the stop box, I'm going to put 1427. I'm going to click the buy button, and you'll see a nice big blue line shows up on the chart. So if TIPT comes back to 1427, it'll take the trade. Okay, that's how you can practice pullback trades. A lot of people like to take pullback trades. Now, at some point, if I don't want to take this trade anymore, I can just go into the orders section and right click and cancel it. Okay? I'll leave it in, see what happens. Now, let's take a trade. Mentioned earlier, silver and gold were alive. But let me just want to find one. We're going to talk a little bit about money management. All right. Let's just say I wanted to take this trade, all right? Right now. Now, when you get into trading, unfortunately, not every trade is going to work. So you have to have how I trade anyway, and a lot of people in this room trade, you have to have a stop. A stop meaning, what price am I going to get out of the trade if it's not working for me? Okay, you can't, hope and pray is not a good trading strategy. You know, you get into something, you hope and pray it goes up. So if I take this trade right now, and again, I'm just showing you the mechanics. The spread is only a penny. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it at the market because the spread is, it's 477, 478, so I'm going to buy it at the market. So it took the trade. Entry price was actually 479. Now I'm going to add a stop order. And I'm going to put the stop order 20 cents away to make the math easy. Notice there's a nice big red line is going to show up on the chart. And so the stop, and it says minus 97.50. It's close enough to 100. I'll explain why that. I'm going to explain why that is almost $100. So if I get into this trade, my stop, I'm going to take myself out of the trade at this price right there, 459. Now, you should be, if you're listening to me, saying, okay, maybe I get the idea that, not every trade is going to work and I should get out of a trade that's not working. But how am I going to know what that price is? Well, there is where the practice comes in. So what I do is I usually size up a chart. Could be a 5-minute, 15, could be a 2-minute chart. And I check to see where I think there is some support on the chart. A lot of action at a certain price over a certain time period, all right? And so if it broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. That's how I do it. Others might take, okay, I'll get into the trade. Maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle or the low of the previous 15-minute candle. Maybe if it hits a certain moving average. How you are going to place your stop is only going to, and get comfortable, is only going to come with experience, okay? So let's just say though that you do enough practice and you're getting comfortable with placing stops. The next part is share sizing. You don't go, the way I trade anyway, I don't have the same number of shares every trade. So for instance, when you get into trading, if you had say a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in this simulator, I'm always demonstrating a $100 risk per trade. $100 risk meaning if the trade works against me, the most I want to lose is $100 if it works against me. So notice I took a 20-cent stop. My entry was 220. I'm sorry, right here was 479. I put my stop not because that's where it should be. I just wanted to make the math easy. It's 459. That's 20 cents. So if I'm going to risk $100 on the trade, if I divide 20 cents into 100, I get 500 shares. Conversely, 500 shares times, if I get stopped out, 20 cents away, 500 times 20 cents equals $100. That's why we see this. Okay, so two concepts, placing a stop and then the difference between your entry and your stop, divide that into how much you're willing to risk per trade. Your risk amount per trade should be about the same every trade. You're not going to risk 100 one trade, 200 the next, 50 the next, okay? And you certainly don't want to get into revenge trading. You lose 100 the first trade, so you figure, man, I better risk 200 the next so I can make that loss and then make some. You lose that one, now you're down 300 total. Oh, I better risk 400 the next one so I can make up the loss and be up 100, on and on and on. So one of the things I also talk about is you should be always looking for reasons not to take a trade. You should have a little checklist. Now the checklist shouldn't be 100 long, otherwise you'll never take any trade. But you should have some kind of a checklist that, maybe it's a minimum volume, maybe it's a certain price range, maybe, there are certain things that you always have to check and say yes, 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 yes. If you can check yes, yes, yes to everything that you want in a trade, then you can take the trade. But guess what? Just because you think that this trade should work, as we talked before, just because you think a trade should work, it had great news, there's no resistance anywhere. Even the best setup sometimes just don't work. So it's very important to try to obey your stop. And somebody said before that they were having a difficult time with a mental stop because they weren't obeying it. And it's very common, especially when you first start trading. As I said, you get into a trade and you've been able to check yes to everything and it looks awesome and it just isn't working. So you start second guessing where you place your stop. Maybe my stop was too tight. Maybe I just didn't understand because this got to work. This is such a great looking trade. So you start disobeying your stop. moving your stop down. You can actually move that red line down. And it keeps moving, and the price keeps moving down now to your new stop. So instead of your manageable $100 loss, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally exit and say, why the heck didn't I obey my stop? So it's hard. I mean, it's hard, to sometimes to obey your stop. So if you're having that issue, your broker, if you don't have interactive brokers and you can't use this, that's okay. Your broker will have a way in which you can place a stop. And I should emphasize this. This is a feature that we have, an option. You don't have to use it, even if you have an interactive broker's account. And, if you don't have an interactive broker's account, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means you can't use this feature that we have called Brokerage Plus. So the swing exit is nothing fancy, a perfect circle. It is just a 20-day low. Okay, that's all it is. It's a 20-day low. So there's no big calculation that goes into the swing exit. The question was, on some charts you're going to see like a red dotted line. If you can see it, I mean, it depends where the stop is. But where the 20-day low is. So that's what the swing exit is. Again, it's nothing highly scientific. So this is an AI alert, guys, and this is one. I mean, I didn't take it because it's kind of out of the price range that I like, but I had a lot going for it. Why? Earnings play. Okay, number one, it's an earnings play. Why is that important? The importance is that it'll probably be active all day long. You don't have to, generally speaking, you don't have to worry that all of a sudden, the volume. I mean, the volume is decreasing, but earnings play is the day a company has earnings. Usually, the stock is active all day long. Okay? And look at the area that it broke out of. Look at the daily chart. So when you look left, this is something, in theory, if it closes well, if you wanted to, you might take a look at maybe swinging it, because it would still, depending where it closes, it could potentially still have some room to run. Yeah, the smart stop, if you see the smart stop right there on the chart, it's just an algorithm. Takes a look at the high and the low for the day and the volatility of the stock, and it automatically generates what's called a smart stop. You'll notice that every time I click on an alert, a smart stop is generated. You can't see it down here because it's probably out of the, let me see if I click on this one. Yeah, so what they're suggesting, they're saying if you got into this trade right here at 14.17, your smart stop would be at 4.06, okay? It's a guide. That's all it is. It's a guide. And they're risking $100 a trade. So they're saying, in this case, if you took the trade and it worked against you and you obeyed that smart stop, you'd lose $100 depending on what your share size was. Okay? And the target is nothing highly scientific. It's just double the difference between where you got in and the stop. Just double it, because you notice that says if you got up to this level here, 437, you'd be up 200. So it's obviously just double that 100. So if you're asking how it's calculated, it's an algorithm that kicks in. It's a guide. Ooh, what a cheap IPO. HCTI. It halted on the way up. Yeah, so what a cheap IPO. Yeah, well, it's proprietary, so you'll never know what the actual formula is, but that's what it takes into account, the volatility today of the stock and the high and the low, and it just makes a calculation based on those two parameters. Franjap, hello. So a word about these two, the today's profit, max P&L, and the distance from the exit price. So what this is telling me right now, the max P&L, what that's telling me is that if I had sold 300 shares at the absolute max when I got into the trade, I would have been up $39. At this point, I'm up 27. Okay. Now, why is this important? Well, if the max P&L, let's just make up some numbers, had been 500, okay, 500, and now you're only up 13, obviously you better work on your exits, okay? You wouldn't want to let a $500 gain turn into something that's only up 13, or worse, negative, okay? So this will give you a decent idea, you know, when you practice trading, well, how good are my exits? How much money am I leaving on the table? Or am I getting out at the right time? You know, it's difficult. I mean, everybody goes through this. Now, the other one is the distance from the exit price. So I'm going to get out of this trade right now, this TIPT. I want to show you about the distance from the exit price. So what I did was I highlighted it and I flattened it. Okay, flatten gets me out of the trade. Now, the distance from the exit price is going to tell me, okay, where you exited, where is the price now? What I'd love to see, of course, if you exit something, you want to see a big negative number, because that's going to tell you, okay, where I exited is way below that price, so that would be a good thing, right? So these three columns can kind of give you a bit of an idea about how good are your exits. Now, the other thing is that if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, here's how you can practice swing trading. Because if you don't get out of the trade, then it'll carry forward tomorrow. And it's for, I don't know, there might be a limit to the number of days. I really don't know. But whatever the limit is, it's certainly sufficient. So you can practice swing trading in here also. All right, guys, so my alerts are starting to dry up. I'm not hearing too many more new alerts. What is the SPY doing? So the Dow is still down. We have this disconnect going. Let's take a look at the spider sector list, okay? And let's just see. Remember, we checked this in the pre-market. And how did I do that? I went to New from the toolbar and I clicked on Dock Channel Bar, all right? So remember in the pre-market, every single energy stock was down. Now, 10% of them are up from yesterday's close. Well, there's really only one. These other two are just flat. Technology is still strong. Communications has dropped though. Communications in the pre-market, I think 80% of the stocks were up from yesterday's close. So this is giving a bit of a snapshot. Look at financials. Financials probably with JP Morgan. I noticed JP Morgan earnings, and it really was moving down, so that's probably dragging down financials. So this is a snapshot of the major ETFs for the market and the stocks that make up these ETFs. So if you were going to, if you were looking to get into something right now, and you said, "Oh man, I'd really like to take an energy play," well, you'd be going against what the sector is doing. I'm not saying yours. I'm not talking about taking one of these, because obviously not every single energy play makes up XLE. But all I'm saying is that you'd like to see maybe your sector on your side when you get into a trade, unless that stock is really trading on its own. It has some specific news to it. So it's what we call an alpha stock, not caring what its sector is doing, not caring what the market is doing. Okay? Now, I should have mentioned also earlier, for those of you who don't want to create your own scans, that's why I create a lot of scans. You can go to my homepage, but also we do have this toolbar, or from the toolbar, I should say. You click on New, and again, that dock channel bar. We have a lot of scans that we have created. These are all layouts, all right? So we have a momentum layout. Yeah, so a perfect circle, that was just an anomaly that it would show up on the halt, okay? It was a quirk. It wasn't designed. The question was an IPO. Well, actually it showed up in mine. I'm just looking here. Or did it? What time did it start trading? No, it looked like it showed up in mine. I see it right here at 11:13. Unless that was the... No, it showed up as a resume, so it did on mine, perfect circle. But that was just an anomaly, okay? But I can show you right here. It showed up right there, halt, as a resume, right there. So I don't know why it didn't show up on yours. So anyway, here's a Momo channel, okay? So, like everything, if you right-click on an alert window and then configure, click on configure, and then click on summary, you'll see what a scan is looking for. And that goes with all my scans also. So if you like this one, you're like, yeah, I don't mind all the filters, I don't mind the price range, I like everything about this. What you can do is then you can right click and duplicate into a free floating window. And then here it is. And then you can save this to the cloud. And why I'm going through this exercise is that you can go through each channel and start extracting windows that you might like to incorporate as part of your layout. Notice you didn't have to know how to build this in the first place. All you had to do is right click, configure, and see what it's looking for. Now, if you didn't like the price range, you could have changed it, to 10 and 50. Okay, you can change it, of course, if you want. You can change the volume. You can do, you can add a filter when you get used to using when you get used to using trade ideas. You can add a filter, take one out. But once you've created it or customized it, then you can save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud. Click on that and save. Now it's in the cloud. And I'll explain what I mean by that. So imagine going through each channel. And I'm not saying you have to go through each channel. You don't have to learn about each channel. But some channels might make, oh, you know what? I'd like to take a look at this because I sure like this one. The action is heating up right now. It looks like an interesting one. Same thing. Duplicate into a free floating window. And there it is. It shows up on my other monitor. Again, right click, save or share to cloud, save it. And why go through this exercise? Because then what you can do is file load from cloud. File, load from cloud. And notice the action is heating up right now. Now, if I had saved it, you would have seen it right at the top. that I just click on it and load it. Okay, now it's on my screen and I can just keep going and loading each scan that I save to the cloud, thereby creating my own layout without really knowing how to create the original scans. Try to make it very easy. And then always save your work. I would do it two ways. I would file, save or share to cloud. You click on entire, that would be for your layout. Give your layout a name, my first TI layout, whatever you want to call it, and save it. I would also always save individual scans that you create to the cloud. All right. Saving things to the cloud is very important. A few reasons. You can have trade ideas loaded on as many different devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. But obviously I'm working on a desktop computer, but I have a laptop. So instead of my having to recreate everything from scratch, all I have to do is download the program to my laptop and then file load from cloud. File load from cloud, and here are all my layouts, all my layouts that I've got, my alert windows, top list windows, etc. So all I have to do is just load them from the cloud. So I don't have to recreate anything. If you're on a tablet, then you can use the web-based version and then just load from the cloud. Also, and really important, let's just say you're on your desktop and that's the only place you're really using trade ideas. What happens if something happens to your desktop computer? It just fries. Well, again, pain. You get a new computer, but then you just have to load everything from the cloud. So when you exit trade ideas, this is what I do every time. File, exit, and it's going to ask me, say yes or no, save my layout. I always say yes, because this is the layout that I always want to see when I load trade ideas the next day. Okay. Yeah, and one of the things Windows is that we really pride ourselves on the support that we give. All right. I mean, I don't know if there's another room like this out there where somebody for free. I mean, there are pay rooms, yes, but for free, somebody is trying to help, not just trading, but understand how to use the program or what the program is all about. But we also have tons of support. Between 12 and 1 on a YouTube channel. One of the other traders takes over. All day long, we've got support going on. People have account issues. We have support for that. So we really pride ourselves on the support. GWH was the Bill Gates stock, yes, from yesterday, yeah. Massive winner for a lot of people in the room. Is that right? Okay, let me just take a look. Now you understand that this is, if you're on my don't repeat, Greg, that's a don't repeat, okay? So this is the first occurrence of the alert and don't repeat. So yes, I mean, if this is what you're talking about, if you're using the don't repeat version, 93. So when we had the alert, 9,300 contracts, of course now, later on, it's now 29,000. If that's what you're talking about, I'm always on a don't repeat. In other words, I just want to see the alert for the first time. All right, wow, 11:35 already. Okay. So Greg, did that make sense? So, okay, but that was a weird one. I mean, I kept clicking on CNR and it was a weird one. My option volume says 9.5. Try some other ones though, like the WTRH, which showed up. What do you have for option volume? The CNR for some reason was kind of crazy because when I was first loading it, I was loading CNR, but the name change wasn't changing, and I wasn't getting anything in. So I had to do a reset. Just do a reset, maybe that'll get it correct because it appears correct now for me. Just do a reset. Go to your account and do a reset connection. Yeah, something happened with CNR. But when you do a reset, don't you get 9.5, 9500? Even when you do a reset. Okay, what do you get for WTRH? The other one that showed up. What do you get for that? You should get 30,000. Yeah. Only 3,000? Are you sure you're missing a decimal point? Because I've got 30.51. Really? No, that's bizarre. Did it change to 3.07 by any chance for you? Because somehow it's missing a decimal, or the decimal is. How about other people? Anybody with a single stock window up and running that has option volume today? What do you have for WTRH? If anybody else has it. Yeah, nice pullback play for Zach on the Jasper JSPR. You can just see, guys. I mean, if it takes out the high later on, we talk about this all the time. I mean, that's what traders look at. If it takes out that high later on and on volume, what's going to stop it from keep moving? Really. Yeah, I have no explanation, Greg. Because that's not happening for me. Maybe just maybe reload. I mean, if reload trade ideas or something, but or keep go to the account and keep clicking on the reset connection. Yeah, so Bob's got it. Bob's got the right one for WTRH. Seems like it's a decimal for you because it was too coincidental when you said 3.05 and I had 30.05. It seemed too coincidental. You sure your glasses aren't dirty or something? I'm just kidding you. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on with yours. Now, guys, if you remember last week when Real gave us these two, and I've tweaked them more to my style of trading, but that's okay. So the 10-day daily breakdown, the 10-day daily breakout. If you remember what I said, I wanted if I had a correlation between just my normal gap up and gap down scanner, a correlation meaning if the symbol showed up in both, that really got me interested. Look what happened. In the gap down, GRWG, GRWG. It's the only one. And that is why I was very interested in taking this. Okay? The other ones, I mean, jury's out on these other ones, but if I get a correlation between these two, another correlation meaning the same symbol showing up in these two scans, that gets me really interested in it. All right, SGH, what do you have for, so what is your option volume today for SGH? Mine says 5.5100. $704, like literally just 704 contracts. Wow, something. You're live, right? I mean, you've got a green ball. Wow. Okay, then there's something going on in your system. I certainly can't help. You have a green ball though, so you are connected. You have like a huge delay or something. Yeah, so, well, Greg is having an issue, and it's impossible for me to help because if it was happening with everybody, I'd say, okay, we've got a real issue, but it's something relevant to your computer. Boy, today's silver, guys, Gatto, little male cat running, and we had EXK, we had AG earlier, so and CDE, so silver is in play today for whatever reason. Yeah, Untitled Trader. So yeah, so there's something going on with Greg's system that it's not updating. You like that, Diego, do you? Yeah, the option, yeah, 701%. So it's trading 7 times normal. That's what that means. Okay, option volume today percent 700. That means that's a percent. Sorry, the ratio would be 7 times normal. So that the fact that this is trading 5,200 contracts a day, where is 7 times normal over its average over the last 10 days. And why? Well, it's an earnings play. And when a company has earnings, if it trades options, usually on that day, the option volume will explode. Because that's when, and people get interested in a stock the day it has earnings. Sean is the one who, Intel Trader, is the one who specializes in trading options. He's in the YouTube room on Monday, so you missed him. But he trades options. I don't trade options. How to trade the pre-open? When you say how to trade, what exactly do you mean, Windows? You just click the buy button and trade. I mean, I don't know what you mean. How to trade? But I don't understand when you mean how to trade the pre-market. Even if I see something I want in the pre-market, I just trade it. Now, if you're talking about your broker, I mean, virtually every single broker will allow you to trade the pre-market. There might be a setting in your brokerage platform that you have to set to say you want to trade the pre-market. I can't answer, I don't know who your broker is, but virtually every broker out there will allow you to trade. Yeah, E-Trade allows you to trade the pre-market. I don't have E-Trade, so I can't tell you what the setting is, but real scans are, when you say automatically in your layout, if you mean this, so if you click on my link and click on my scans, here they are. So is that what you mean when you say automatically? They're not in my layout. Okay, they're not. Oh, okay. They're not in my layout. These are individual scans. I don't put everything in my layout that I share because it would be overwhelming. Okay, so I've got some charts. I've got my watch list and basic new highs and lows. I think everybody can kind of understand. All right, what is a stock making a new high or a low for the day? But here are a lot of other scans that I've created. Not everybody cares about a 10-day daily breakdown or up. So, but in trend reversals, biggest pullbacks on winners, pull-ups on losers. There are all sorts of different trading styles out there. So what I tried to do is create a bunch of scans that might appeal to a broad range of traders. And you can kind of pick and choose which ones you want. You'd never have them all open at the same time. You'd never get anything done. The green ball in the toolbar, it'll be to the right of idea surfing. I mean, it's way over here. I've extended it, but in the toolbar, if you can see my screen, there is the green ball. So that means you have a live connection. If it is not green, if it's red or orange, that means something is going on with your system. You don't have a live connection? Now, the odd time you might have a green ball and you might say, hey, but I'm still not getting any data. The reason usually is because you haven't, and I'm just, the general you, person has not filled out the exchange agreements correctly. That's usually the reason. There you go, Greg. You're a big man for admitting that, though. Good for you. All right, guys, I just want to confirm that it'll be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room at noon. Just want to see if he is indicated. Sometimes they do a switch. Yeah, so in an alert window, I'm gonna duplicate this alert window. Just because I don't want to do it here, because then I won't see the current day's results when I do this. But you can always look at a history by right click. Okay, so you right click on your alert window, history, and then pick the time frame you want. Oh, simple repeat on the results. I understand now. Okay, so a little trick before you do it, right click, go to properties, view mode, and group and sort by. Okay, I might have done that too quickly. So now I understand what you're talking about. So if I right click properties and view mode, group and sort by, keep and sort item, symbol. Okay, so you see what happened? Now, did I do that too quickly? If I did it too quickly, just let me know and I'll do it again. Okay. Okay, so now I only duplicated it because I could do it here, but then I wouldn't see my today's results. I'd only see the top one, okay? So that's the only reason I duplicated it. Okay, so start off with, so right click, properties, view mode, group and sort by, and this will just designate the keep oldest. I would do that. And now sort item is symbol. Sort item is symbol. You have a bunch of, okay, sort item is symbol. Sort direction, you can have it ascending or descending, but once you've done that, just say okay. All right, now do your history. So if I right click history and I say yesterday, obviously I can pick whatever time frame, but let's just say yesterday, you'll immediately see how DATS is repeating, and then it goes away. Okay, and the way and you can sort on the time, to show the first alert all the way to the end. You can sort on the time. Okay? Yeah, just a little trick. Okay, yes, it is Steve in our YouTube room at noon. So, again, what I'm going to do right now then, a couple things. You know, still time. If you do want to take the test drive, obviously you will not get 10 trading days, but if you think you want to spend $11.11 for the balance of today plus 7 trading days, if you think that's worth it, then take the test drive. You'll have access to the full premium service except for auto trading, okay? You will not be able to auto trade. But, you know, I don't think auto trading is anything anybody, especially if you're new to trading, you shouldn't be doing that anyway. No, this NXE, I mean, look at this one, guys. I mean, NXE, look where it dropped from. I'm going to assume that's legitimate, but let me see the date here. 13. No, this is not legitimate because this stopped trading as NXE in 2013. Should probably get this adjusted on our charts. You just have to see that. And then the next time it started trading as NXE is in 2017. So this is not a true drop. But this is a uranium play. And, you know, the last month's the high was around 6 something, 631 it looks like. I mean, if it's, uranium is hot. No pun intended. But URA, I mean, it had a little bit of a, you know, blip down this morning. I was talking about this as a potential swing trade. You know, after yesterday's action, virtually all of the energy, all the uranium plays will have something that looks like this. A ramp up, a pullback, and then a daily candle like this. The big one from Canada, CCJ, probably looks exactly like this. See, exactly like that. Ramp up, pull back, a little bit of, you know, congestion here, and then boom, the pop and the continuation. So on that one, I cannot help you, Windows. So what I'm going to get you to do is head over to our home page. So you have a red ball. You have a red ball right now. Okay. Well, you have to have some ball. There has to be some. Maybe it's because you have to, whoops, like stretch out your. Okay, VCAS, Steve's going to be there in about a minute, and he should be able to help you with that, okay? I'm going to be taking my break right now, so Steve will be in the YouTube room, and he can probably answer that. I know he'll be able to answer that question. Orphan drugs typically are drugs that don't have a huge market, okay? You know, some drug that doesn't have like a lot of market potential. but it's targeted at a very, very limited number of. So they kind of, look, I'm no expert. William is way more of an expert than I am in something like this. So I think the FDA will kind of be a little more relaxing, when it's an orphan drug, because for a company to spend a lot of money trying to create a drug that only has a very limited market potential. Okay, Steve, thank you. All right, guys, I'm on break now. I'll stop streaming now, Steve.
All right, great. Looks like I see my screen there. Let me just make sure I hear my voice. Good. All right, and I will take over for Barry here for the next hour and give Barry a well-deserved break and come in here and talk whatever you guys want to talk about. I know there's a lot of people using the product for test drive this week. Always have a lot of good questions and comments, and I see that you do have a question waiting for me there for VCAS. How can I scan for tickers at the open, which are down 20% from the pre-market high? Okay, a couple of things. I think we can come close to something like that, but let me show you what I think the hang-up could be. I'm going to type in the keyword pre-market. Okay, so below pre-market high, above pre-market low. Oh, and position in pre-market range. Well, here's what I was getting at. VCAS, you're asking about how we can do 20%, but it appears, and let me bring up my illustrator, it appears that we have those filters, but they are expressed in dollars and cents. If you can see that on my screen there, we have them expressed only in dollars and cents. Now, position in pre-market range is in percent, and what that's going to do is that's going to say, okay, so if the pre-market low was $7 and the pre-market high was $8, that's a $1 range, and they would take that $1 range and we would assign a percentile. So $7.50 would be like the 50% range. $7.01 would be like the 1% range. So we assign a percentile. So I mean, we can do what you're asking for, but it has to be done and expressed in dollars and cents. So maybe that doesn't work for you. Maybe it does. But you can experiment with that. And the way in which this works, like, okay, so above pre-market high, below pre-market high. Let's grab that one. And if we add that filter, and let's just put a value in there. Let's say below pre-market high. Let's see, if we put 0.01 in the maximum, what does that give us? It doesn't give us what we want. Let's try a negative 0.10. What does that give us? Okay, so the price is at least a tenth or 10 cents above today's pre-market high. So that's not really what we want. But what I was doing is I was showing you there how you can go in above pre-market low, add filter, and then put in values. Like if I put in 1/10 of a cent here in the minimum above pre-market low, it's going to say that the price is at least a dime above today's pre-market low. So this window helps a lot when you put in values to try and figure out what the actual setting is going to mean for you. And you click that magnification glass and it gives you some answers. All right, so let's catch up here. All right, so David, max at negative 20%. If we're going back to position and market range, let's clear all those out. And like you said, max at negative 20%. But I think it's not what VCAS is looking for. I think he's looking for an actual value of percent movement, not in this case the position and range, which is a percentile. So if we click that, the price is at least 20% below the low of the pre-market range. Yeah, so that would be below the low of the pre-market range. It's a little different when we talk about position and range filters. We're assigning a percentile between the low and the high. The exact midpoint would be the 50% point. So I think I see what you're talking about there, David. Position and pre-market range. Yeah, so we just experimented with that. And it's only going to give us a value of where the current price is in relation to the low to the high percentile range. I think what VCOS was looking for is stocks that are literally 20% in price below their pre-market high. And we can come close to doing pre-market highs and lows, but they're being expressed in dollars and cents. So it doesn't really give us much to work with there if you're looking for percent. Hopefully that helps. VCOS, we can explore some more. Do we have any custom filters for pre-market high? I don't know. To be 100% accurate, I don't know, but I would invite you, VCOS, to send an email to info@trade-ideas.com and inquire about that. Just do message, subject message, custom filter, and ask if it's possible to do your request there. And if it is, because I am not the expert in these custom filters, and so I oftentimes will defer to some of the guys that are pretty darn good at them, so I can get you a definitive answer. Okay, so I think I skipped one here. Okay, good. Yeah, sorry I couldn't help a little bit more, VCOS, but you might be able to accomplish that. If we have the ability for custom formula pre-market, they'll let you know. All right, so Metacom. I like that name, Metacom. Barry's gone, but could you talk about your trend reversal up scanner? Seems to be tracking stocks nearing previous established. Okay, I think I actually have that in my cloud. Let's break it open and we can look at it, and I can hopefully give you the same opinion. Trend reversal. I thought I had that. I know I had that at one time. Reversal. Trend reversal. Top reversal. Gap down and reversal. I've cleaned out my cloud at some point along the way in the last couple of years, and I remember that name, Trend Reversal. Let me ask him if he has that cloud, and I can bring it up. Let's see if he catches my notice there. I asked him for a cloud on trend reversal. I do remember that name is very, very familiar to me, and I must have cleaned it out. But from what I recall, those were stocks that were trending down and then basing and then kind of starting to pop back up. And if he gets me that cloud, I can open it up and we can go through it and open the hood and look at the contents together, and I can help you understand exactly what it is tracking. Yeah. All right, we'll see what he comes up with on that. In the meantime, what's going on in the market? Let's just go ahead and draw it. I was playing around last night with anchored VWAP. That's why I have this clean daily chart. I use it for looking at areas of interest. And so if I come here to our trend line, drop down to the anchor, and I touch the high candle and the spies right there, it gives us something interesting to look at. That purple line essentially now is telling us that that is the value weighted average price, weighted for volume, of course, which I don't even have on here. But since the little tippy top wick there in the SPY, everybody is underwater. Anybody that bought and established positions on that day is underwater. And so anchored VWAPs can be a good tool to use when you superimpose them with a moment in time, a news event, a gap down, bottom tail low, earnings gap up, earnings gap down. So you can start the point at that moment in time when the crowd and the herd is trying to make sense of everything. But I mean, you look at that and it's really interesting. It's been the anchored VWAP has just acted as pretty good resistance. A little sloppy there. Definitely sloppy here, but this is why I use closing candles. That reversal candle was pretty significant that day, and it reversed back down below the anchored VWAP. So what I'm seeing here is a market that's under pressure. It's guilty until proven innocent. It's just kind of slopping around back and forth. And if we bring up my other chart here, the one thing that I will give it, I'll tip my hat to, is that after that big gap up and reversal wick, it's settled back down, but it's settled into the top end here for the most part of my 10-period moving average. And with this little bottoming tail wick here this moment, if the market closed right here right now, that's rather constructive. But what I see is just a mess. I see a mess of crossed moving averages. Okay, here's the 20 crossing the 50. And it seems like this market just ran into a whole lot of difficulty at the 50, that these two sloppy days back here under that blue line. And then we gave away the 20-day moving average, and we're now just trying to hold this 10-day. So if things deteriorate over the next day or two, or even this afternoon, and slip, and we get a close back down below that moving average, well, we're the opposite of where we were back here, above all the averages in clean air. If we get back down to here, we're back in the pit again, and the moving averages are acting as a repressive cap on everything. And this could be the beginning of a change, because we've had a pretty solid run of buy the dip. Okay, and one of the worst things that a new trader has to deal with is what to do when you found success and that success no longer works for you. That is where people really get defined, because you can do a few different things. You can just keep banging away at what used to work and not recognizing that it doesn't work anymore, or you can pull back and try and find things that do work and do it in a very low risk environment until you discover something that does work. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen in this market, but if we look back 2 months from now, and we're down here at the 200-day moving average or even lower, well, buying the dips pretty much is a guarantee that it hasn't been working in this type of an environment. Again, we have all been very spoiled in these last couple, last year and a half. But this is a little different, and we'll see how this builds. And so, what I'm getting at is buying the dip can quickly become selling the rip. It's just the exact same methodology, but you're doing it in an upside down market that's not going from lower left to upper right. When things start to show lower highs, that's when buying the dip, no longer works. And that's the exercise we just did there with that anchored VWAP. Nobody is making money buying the dip right now. That could change. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yes, are you not entertained, Maximus? All right, let's see. I don't think... All right. Okay. Yeah, David, I'm glad you got something you want to share, and you are correct. The admin has it. There's a lot of nasty people in this world, and so to protect us from that, we can't accept a link here on this page. But what I will direct you to is our main email. So I'll just type that in there: info@trade-ideas.com. Go ahead and just say, for Steve. And you can send the cloud link that you want to look at for a reversal. And I can intercept that in the email module, and we can pull that up and we can load that and see what's going on there. I'll keep an eye on that. All right, and Vikas, I see your email. I'm going to go ahead and tag that custom filter, so anybody that wants to tackle that knows the answer can get back to you on that. But yeah, I'll wait and see if there's an email coming from you, David, and we can take a look at that cloud link together. I guess Barry's still slurping down his smoothie. He hasn't gotten back to me yet on that trend reversal setting. But we got lots of time. Looks like the AI is doing a little bit of green. Let's quickly check in. For the new people who haven't heard my spiel, the AI is a wonderful idea generator, but it's not exactly a great trade risk manager. All right. Here's the idea to come in and buy that right there roughly. But I'm always very suspect of using the suggested stops by the AI, which is that red line down there. What I suggest is you use my 10 simple moving average on a 15-minute chart, and look at how beautiful that example was. We had a wonderful push higher, a pullback, and the price did exactly what one would expect when you're hoping for momentum to continue and to move higher. It uses that moving average as a springboard and bounces right off of it and back up to new highs. So what I say is use this 10 period simple moving average as your risk management. Forget the stop level, the hard stop. Use this constantly ever changing, ever adjusting moving average. Now, if this candle had closed below the moving average, it would have been time to get out. And that stop right there is much less painful than going lower down to this stop. So once I notice a candle in the 15-minute time frame has closed below the 10 SMA, that tells me the momentum is dying or is dead, and it's time to get out. And usually that first closing candle is a nice early indicator, which you look back in time and you get thankful for. Okay, David, there we go. I got your cloud. Let's go ahead and copy that link. I'll just reply just to clear that out. All right, so we copied the link. Let's open the link, load from cloud. Let's see what we've got here. Okay, so it's a top list, trend reversal up. So I assume this is the one that maybe Barry was talking about, and you have a copy of it. All right, so let's take a look. All right, hide the unused, and let's quickly go through prices. Simple earnings per share. Remember, their earnings per share. This is just a spoof to make sure the system does not return any ETFs. ETFs don't have earnings, so we've spoofed the system there. Gap. Okay, so a gap in terms of 3 bars. We cannot have gapped up more than 3 bars. Was below the previous close. The open was the same as the previous close. The open was no more than 3 bars above the previous close. Okay, position in year. So here's that position in range we talked a little bit earlier about. And depending upon what the time frame is, it can be positioned in today's range. It can be positioned in the last 60 minutes. We even have a position in previous days range, which I do find valuable. But in this case, position in 1 year range. And this is how we find things that are downtrending. Okay, so something that's been for the last year that cannot get more than 35% above its annual low, that's what we're going to see. So all of these stocks are likely going to be down for the year. They're definitely going to be down for the year. Dollar volume, okay, that's just a setting to find the types of stocks you want to do, the types of dollar and shares they're doing. And then we go back to the position and range. Now we're kicking back to a 5-day range. So we take the 5-day low and the 5-day high, and we assign a percentile. So yes, it's down on the 52-week range, no more than 35% above that. But in the last 5 days, it's up at the top tier, the 90th percentile. Nothing below the 90th percentile of a 5-day range will be shown here. So what that does is it gives us the idea that stocks are beaten up in the year, but in the last 5 days, they're doing okay. All right, so let's take a look at a few of these. CLSN, there you go. Down on the year, but it's been doing nicely on the last 5 days. Now, this is probably going to return a lot of things that look similar to what I've talked a lot about lately, which is that declining 50-day moving average. Let's see if we can find some examples of that. Because that's where I think a lot of these types of symbols get hung up on. For instance, this API, downtrending, pops up, but every time it gets in the vicinity here of the blue 50-day moving average, it seems to find sellers. Now, that's not the case for all of them. I went through a few of them here and saw that they were above their 50-day moving out, like this one, okay? This is the kind of stuff that I want to start looking for if you're going to start playing these types of things. Let's go back in time a little bit. And you can see every time it bounced up in a downtrend, it got close to its 50, it got repelled. The sellers jumped in and took control. But here's that one little day right here where a closing candle, once again, a closing candle is more important than an intraday wick. Closing candle gives us a close above the 50. Comes back down, okay, didn't work, but then it comes back and gives us another close above the 50. Well, that time it worked. A couple days above, pulled back. The 50 no longer was a resistance. The 50 became the support, and it bounced off the 50 using it as support. And for the last week has not looked back. So, if we zoom in a little bit and we start to see something that's just really been beaten up, but then breaks above the 50, trades above a couple days, pulls back, tests the resolve, and the sellers get bounced right back out at the close, and it bounces right back up. That's an interesting level of something that I would pull out of this type of scan. And then you hope for 4 or 5 days of nice movement where the sellers here all of a sudden realize, hey, I can't lean on that 50-day moving average anymore, much like the buyers have been leaning on the 50-day average on the upside. So to the original question, what's going on with this thing? From Meta, could you talk about your trend reversal up scanner? It seems to be tracking stocks and nearing previous established resistance. So I think we kind of touched on all of that. We looked at what it's scanning for and how it's scanning for it. But the way I look at it is, yeah, you're running into resistance like this one right here, AQB. It's probably going to have maybe another nice day behind it. Beautiful day and a half of trending here. But what do you think's waiting for it right up here? The sellers, they're waiting for that. So that's how I would use this scan. And by the way, since I have a copy of it, I can drop it in the chat for anybody else who wants it. Reversal scan. So that seems to be how it's configured, Meta, and how it's being used. But I really focus on the 50-day moving average. That is just a general sign of health in stocks that are downtrending. Once they can break that downtrend and start closing above and moving higher, the shorts and the sellers start getting a little spooked, and we'll get charts like that last one we just looked at. Okay, looks like we're caught up, I believe. Yeah. Auto. Right click on one of your top list windows with the cutoff names, go to properties and select small borders. Okay, yeah, so let's do that. Top list windows, we could just use that one probably. If we go to right click, properties, and then you said use small borders, boom. It allows for more space, I guess, in these top list windows. If I go to properties, small borders, it gives you more room to see the name, I guess. Yeah, so when you have a cutoff name and you can't see it, you can go to properties, small borders. Good to know. Thank you. I mean, I've never really played around with the small borders. A lot of people don't like to use the hieroglyphics that we created here, all these little symbols. So right click, I definitely like to go to properties and use text headers so we can understand what these header panels are and we can sort them. Yeah, also it saves space sometimes when you got a lot of windows and you go to that small border. It kind of saves space and gives you a little bit more to work with. All right. So let's go back. I think I'm caught up in questions, and let's go back again and talk a little bit more like I was about, if there's some new users in here, especially new to trading, you're not quite sure what stock to pull up and when to buy it and how to buy it. And so that's where the AI can kind of come into play. Again, the AI has just gone through extensive overnight back testing, machine learning, and it plays with all the filter settings using optimization and trying to see on heat maps and grids where the best optimization lies and cut the fat and try and let the good stuff grow. And every morning we will get real-time ideas. So we talked about this GNLN, and how it bounced beautifully off of that 10 SMA. Let's look at some other examples and see how we might play. All right, well, this one's going to be a little tricky. It's a giant gap up. It pulled back, and you can see where it tried to find support, but technically that candle right there closed below the rising 10 SMA, and then this one popped back above. So, nothing is ever absolute, but I like to just try and keep things simple, and that's the guide that I try and use. So, maybe that was close enough to where you didn't get shaken out, and it's trying to recover. It's a pretty big gap, though, up 58% currently, but definitely no need to play around with the red line suggested stop. What's this? XM. Okay, this is very interesting. Nothing really special on the chart, but it saw something, and I like the way in which it kind of waited for a pullback. Okay, so here the stock opened up today. That blue arrow is our signal candle. Now line 43.53 is our entry. So we waited for the price to make a lot of noise, throw a few elbows, and throw a few punches on the open, pull back, bounce up, and grab our signal line. There's our 10 SMA. So all of a sudden, it's bouncing off that 10 SMA, and then the AI calls it. So it's almost like it's kind of done some work for us. And then once again, just disregard this as your stop. Your stop is going to be the next candle that closes below this 10 SMA. And it'll save you all that extra headache if it doesn't work. If it does work, then hey, good on us. What else do we have in here in the AI? Quickly, I will also note that the AI has a bias of longs today. There's 5 longs and 1 short. So the AI is not really thinking short in terms of a directional bias today, which is also interesting to note. Okay, so again, SGH, there's our signal candle. The idea is the generated idea in real time to buy SGH at 49.34. And your job as a trader is to say, okay, thanks AI, I'll give it a try. I see the moving average is coming up underneath. Let's just give this the old, put it through the program. See what happens. So right now, as we speak, we just got a nice little green candle bounce off of that moving average. Trade is still in the money. Absolutely no reason to be using this as your stop loss. Your stop loss should be the first candle that closes under this rising momentum line. So again, we're just going through the AI here, especially for new users that are trying to maybe find the best value. And again, in my opinion, the value is in the stock selection, the idea generation, the real-time buy or sell. The trade management works much better for us as humans. Okay, so here is a short sell. This is kind of interesting. We want the price to go down. Now, in this case, we're not in the money. We're out of the money because that's the entry right there. Okay, we got a couple of cents in the money right there, and then we bounced. Where did we bounce to? We bounced to the 10 SMA. And technically, that one just barely closed above it, but it's dropping back down like we would hope. So another example on the short side, we don't need to use that stop cover level up there at 2109. We've got our line in the sand being drawn for us using the 10 SMA. So pretty close there, but nonetheless, the sellers did jump back in and move that thing lower. One last one to look at here for so far on the Trade Ideas AI. So this one was stopped out. Of all the trades we looked at here, only one just didn't cut the mustard. And ironically, look at that. The stop level is the exact same level that we would have used our own risk management on. So those kind of converged right there. This one just didn't work. This one's been in kind of a downtrend on the daily. Just didn't have what it took to keep moving higher. I guess the AI thought it could have been a nice oversold bounce with a bit of a gap up, but it didn't work. So they don't all work. We got to cut them at some point. All right, so there's a little trip through our AI module today, just looking at them one by one. The general market is bouncing back from this morning, but we still have a few hours to go in the day. I think what I mentioned earlier really is what I'm currently watching right now. The 10-day simple moving average, we've been talking a lot about the 15-minute 10 SMA, but now we're talking about the 10-day. And yesterday was pretty darn close. It closed right at it or on it. So what the buyers need to keep this market moving higher is they need to find a day that can just build off of this 10 SMA and move higher. If the market with 3 hours to go here, still 3.5 hours to go, decides that it does want to roll back over and close at or near lows, well, that's going to look kind of ugly on the daily chart because it's going to be down below that 10-day simple moving average, which currently is kind of holding us up right now. All right, guys. I haven't seen any new questions come in, but I'm all ears. Yeah, so if you've got anything you want to talk about, pop it in there. Pop it in there into the Q&A panel. And I'll be here another 30 minutes. Let's take a look at the sectors, huh? Let's see what's looking good. I know gold and silver are doing good today. You know, if you didn't catch it this morning, we had another inflation number that's not pretty. And inflation is starting to scare a few more people that maybe otherwise would have thought they were buying into the Jerome Powell transitory temporary. I don't think it's temporary, and I don't think anybody believes that for a moment that it's temporary. What to buy today? Yeah, well, gold was doing well. It's hard to chase it up here. It's had a couple of really good days. And look, okay, I know. Getting tongue-tied. There's that example. This is what I'm seeing here, guys. So gold miners have been under pressure, and boy, did they get a hammering there at the 50-day moving average. They never even got close there. But yesterday, we squeaked above the declining 50 and posted a strong close. And now we're following up on that today. So the downtrend in the gold miners might be starting to break. All right, auto. If something like, SQQQ generates alerts, why doesn't something like UVXY generate alerts? Well, it depends really on where it is. If you're seeing, like if you're just looking at my screen here, this is just a high-low, and I've got in here, I've got a symbol list. I want to see these items. I want to see what's going on in there. So there's nothing really earth-shattering about this particular scan here. It's just a symbol list of things that I find interesting. You can get SQQQ or UVXY to show up in scans. They will. The way in which you keep them out of scans is the way in which we just looked at in Barry's window. And it's this one right here, that earnings per share. Earnings per share minimum, 1 cent minimum. Earnings per share maximum, negative 1 cent maximum. Those two values kind of cross. And they essentially say if anything's going to come through this scan, it has to have earnings. If I took these out, well, then we might start seeing some inverse ETFs, SQQQs and UVXYs. So we can get them to show up. All right, hello, James, doing the test drive this week. Where should I start as a rookie? Is there getting started? Yeah, so let's close that again. A couple things. Getting started as a rookie. Well, you're coming to the right place, at least to get information in real time. Let me look at all my canned links here. There's two things. The first thing, probably the best place because you phrased the question, where should I start? Well, I'm going to suggest you start here. I'm going to drop that in there. This is kind of a 20 introductory, getting started, quick video tutorial on how to get the most out of our most popular tools. So dropped that in there for you. That's a good one. And then we just released, because we had our new employee, Stephanie, who lives in South Africa and works like a maniac. She created and documented the entire program. And there it is, the user guide. Okay, so the first one I dropped in there, 20 getting started items, is probably more pertinent to your question. But let me drop the user guide in here. And the user guide will take you to anything specifically, and it's documented over here on the right. Price alerts, how to come through price alerts, and everything is segmented. And where we have a video, here's a video you can watch. So this was many, many hundreds of hours in the making, and we finally have that. So those two links that I just dropped in there for you are probably a pretty good place to get started. And then just continue to show up to these afternoon noon sessions here. Tomorrow will be Jamie, and then Friday will be Andy. I've known Andy forever, met him in 1998 when we answered a advertisement in the local newspaper that Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, before Trade Ideas was even a concept, was teaching a class on electronic trading, and we jumped in on that. All right, good, James. Glad that works. But yeah, definitely keep coming to these. Ask questions, learn from other people's questions. And, it takes a week or two to really kind of get familiar with how you want to use the program and how you want it to work for you. There are some chat rooms out there and groups that use our product, but they're only interested in scanning for volume surges on stock with low floats. Well, that's one way to skin a cat in this market. Personally, I don't do that kind of stuff. I don't day trade, and I don't kind of mess around with the low floats. I like to just slow things down and look at swing trading scans, multiple day scans, and things like that. So I make it work for me in that respect. So just be patient, James. You're on the right track. Give it time. You're going to learn a lot. Okay, so back to the UVXY. UVXY. Let's first look at... Okay, so this is BATS. Okay, you see what I've done here? I typed in UVXY, auto. First thing I notice, it's on the BATS exchange. Okay, so if you're looking at a scan and you're trying to figure out why is it not on there, go to exchanges and select BATS. I'm going to guess that is where you're going. You're having a hard time trying to get UVXY to show up on an alert. So I worked backwards. I said, okay, well, is it on a crazy exchange? And I typed it in, went to my single stock window, and sure enough, the BATS exchange is not really a common one that people have selected in their default configurations. There you go. See, I knew that was it. First thing I always do, are you looking at a symbol list? Are you looking at an exchange? Why isn't something coming in? All right, there we go. Okay, looks like we're caught up. Let me just quickly see why my phone is blowing up here for the last minute. Drives me crazy. All right, looks like no fires need to be put out at this time. Let's go back to the sectors while I wait for some more questions to come in. As I was mentioning, my sector board is lighting up here on the upside with gold and gold miner juniors strongly pushing their way through that 50-day moving average that we were just talking about. Actually, the juniors were the ones that have had 2 full days above the 50. The regular gold miners, today's their first day. So a big day for GDX if it can find a way to close above that declining 50-day blue moving average. That's, to me, signaling the general health of a stock. Look how we lost it back here. It was above, and that day right there, we lost it. And it's been months. All right. Boom, rejected. Boom, rejected. Trying to reject it, but the day is not over yet. Let's see if we can get through there. K-Web is next. That's also strong today. That is China stocks. Look at the 50-day moving average. Once again, just giving you guys example after example. So you can see how just simple, how you can simplify stocks in a downtrend. If they're serious about reversing their downtrend, they're going to have to get through that 50 without being sold off. And that, let's flip the coin upside down. If you're a trader and you don't feel like this market's going to go higher, these are the kind of days you're looking for. And I've spent some time in some of my webinars looking at scans that have stocks that are bouncing up and giving us an alert right there at the 50-day as a potential to come in and short, become the seller, join the selling crowd on those types of days, and then hope for lower prices. But when it comes to just trying to determine where we are on things, that's my real litmus test, the 50-day moving average. And of course, here's silver. Silver was also decimated like the gold miners were. They're still below the 50. I would like to see silver get above that declining 50. I'm bullish silver. A bit underwater in it, but it's not a trade. It's not a position. It's more just an investment. All right, did I skip? Okay, Bob Todd, I got another alert on OVV. What's your opinion? Thanks. I missed that one. Thanks for letting me see that. Okay, OVV. Crude petroleum, natural gas, definitely a strong sector. Look at how it bounced off that 200-day way back there. Okay, so it's had a really nice move. It's had about a 70% move, it looks like, since it bounced off of that. Really nice consolidation back here. Picked up the 20-day moving average. Love that sideways consolidation back here. 4 days of sideways action. It didn't even get to the moving average before the price shot back up. So I think what we're seeing here is maybe another one of these, okay? Another one of these periods where the price got ahead of itself and it needs 3 or 4 days of consolidation. 2 ways to consolidate. You can pull back in price or you can move sideways like we did here. Sideways being the stronger of the 2 consolidation scenarios. But we got ahead of ourselves. A red candle, doji candle yesterday. I would say keep an eye on OVV. If you're long, stay long. And if you're looking for an entry, this morning's little dip, could have been close enough to that moving average. I don't know. They seem to find a way to maybe give us 1 more day of pullback or consolidation. Personally, I feel like it's important for the price action to literally come and touch the moving averages, because remember, price action these days really is predicated by quant funds and bots and algorithms, and those things need programming, and they need waypoints, and they need targets, and they need to complete their target, and then they reverse, and the ands and the thens that they have incorporated. So a lot of times, like this day back here, I probably would have been like, oh, I'm just going to wait 1 more day for this price action to touch that moving average, and then I would have been good. But they don't always do that. Sometimes the strong ones don't even wait. They just take off ahead of time. But personally, I like to let the price action come and touch, like an OCD patient flipping the light switch a few times, touch that moving average, and then the quants and the algorithms can adjust to that. Maybe that's where the buy pressure starts to come back in. But it's a good looking chart. It's a good looking sector. It's just going through a few days of consolidation here. It's working off some of that nice, strong week it had last week. So sorry I missed your question there, Bob, but we got it. All right. How do I watch the YouTube channel and have my trial channel open? How do I watch the YouTube channel? I'm kind of confused by your question, Douglas. The YouTube channel itself is really just what I'm monitoring right here. Okay, so the Trade Ideas educational channel. You want to just find your way to this. This is our YouTube channel. And, you know, when you've watched these live feeds a few times, once YouTube sees that you've done that, it knows that you like it, and it'll keep serving it up for you when you go back to the YouTube dashboard. But what you mean by how do I watch it and have my trial channel open? I'm not quite sure what you mean. I'm sorry, Douglas. All right, back to our sectors here. That's a strong sector right there. Solars. I've had explosive 3 days. TAN in the solars. Automated cars. Oh, okay. I think okay. Maybe I have some more clarification here. Do we have? Yeah, okay. So I think this is what Bob's talking about. Maybe go to the channel, and down here, this YouTube channel right there looks like it would take you. Let's just click on that. Look at that. It takes you directly to. It takes you directly to it. So once you've clicked that, it just opens up a browser window. You can come up. It looks like you can come back up and open up any other channel that you want. And pretty much, you know, when you start Trade Ideas, it's a blank slate. A lot of people will open a channel that they like, and then they'll come up here, and then they'll save that channel, save that layout, excuse me, as their default layout, and then you're off and running for the most part. Curious to know my thoughts on Apple. Apple, it's definitely, the market's definitely been watching Apple. I know they came out last night with some iPhone production disappointments, and they traded down after hours last night, and then they came back in this morning and suckered buyers in to buying it, and then immediately started selling it again right after the open. But let's look at the daily chart. The daily chart seems to be kind of emblematic of what the general market looks like we've been talking about. Here's the day everything was lost. Okay, there's our 50-day moving average break. It always was doing well with the 50-day moving average. Let's zoom out a little bit. A little messy down here. But for the most part, you can see 1, 2, 3 days it tried like heck to hold on to that ledge. And then somebody came along and stomped on the finger, and the price fell off that ledge of the 50-day, and it hasn't recovered since. The first bounce attempt bounced right into the 10-day moving average, my momentum indicator. And that 10-day momentum indicator held the price down for a while. Then we had that big gap up day last week, and then you can see the price literally got squeezed in between the 10, which was holding it down, and then it started to support it there, and the 20. So the red line 20 and the dark line 10, the price has been squeezed in between those two moving averages. And so when that happens, you got to just kind of wait and see how it resolves. It could have resolved either way. It could have popped back up and we would have had the 50 in play again, but it didn't. I think that news last night about some production disappointments have materialized on the chart here. So now the price action has fallen back down below. It's now below all the key moving averages except the 200. Whereas back here, when it was a darling, it was above all the moving averages. So Apple, to me, is under pressure. It's definitely a bellwether of the NASDAQ. And one of the reasons the NASDAQ is also under pressure. But relatively, Apple looks worse than the Qs because of its placement in relation to the moving averages. Ah, that's what happens when I bring up my my personal web pages. You guys start seeing all the stuff I'm doing. Yeah, the Wim Hof guided breathing. I do that a few times a day. It's very energizing for the mind and the body. All right. So yeah, DevG, it's consolidating, but we could look at it a couple of different ways. Yes, it's consolidating above the support, which I think that's what you're talking about. But what I see is just a continued decline in these moving averages. And I see day after day the price is getting corralled and thrown back down but to lows by those moving averages. So, what I see here is not bullish. I'll just put it that way. It's not very constructive. Okay. Great. KR, can you take a look? Okay, so GWH, this sounds familiar. Because it was a new issue. Yesterday's 5-minute candles. Okay, so we're going to go to 5-minute. Because there's not much I can see on the daily. That's a new issue. It doesn't give us many waypoints to play with. So we'll go to time frame 5 minutes. And yesterday, 11:15 to 11:20. I'm going to assume that's East Coast. So it would be 8:15 and 8:20. So it looks like this area right here. This is the area we're talking about. Now, this brings up kind of an interesting quote, interesting concept. I use the 15-minute chart and I use my 10 SMA because I feel like it really works well. But I'm noticing here that the 10 SMA was working pretty darn well yesterday in this GWH as well. So the question is, I was short biased once 11:20 red candle broke 20 to the downside. What would be your take on it? Okay, so I see. Okay, let's zoom in here. Let's do it like this. Let's go back in time in our time machine. And this was it. Okay. So this is the candle you're talking about. And you were saying, I wanted to short this based on this. Was short biased once that red candle broke 20 to the downside. What would be your take on it? So again, this is the 5-minute chart. But remember what I've been saying all morning on, let's see what it looks like on the just out of curiosity, what it looks like on the 15-minute chart yesterday. A little different. So, go back to the 5-minute time frame. I gotta go back and find it now. Okay. So this candle right there, see how it tried to break down and popped right back up and held that moving average. That was kind of a false breakdown. What I would have loved to have seen using your time frame and your question to confirm a short bias, I would have liked to have seen that red candle be just completely red and closed definitively below that moving average. Instead, we got kind of a bottoming tail on that 5-minute, kicked the price back into play, and then that moving average held. Try it again right there, but this, these new issues, they're like wild animals. They're unpredictable. They can do a lot of crazy things that might be hard to get our hands around because there's not a lot of data that we can go back and look at and start looking for levels of support, resistance, things like that. I stay away from a lot of these new issues just for that particular reason. They don't act accordingly, I guess is probably the best way to put it. KR, the only other thing I could suggest is to just say, know your time frame, know, what time frame you're playing in. And if you're using levels of support, resistance, or moving averages, let that candle close before you try and make a decision. Even though that was a 5-minute candle, it faked you out midway through. Is T just going to keep dropping? I don't know. Let's take a look. Wow, look at that. So AT&T, huh? Having a rough time. This thing has just had a rough... Here's the day it all broke. Broke the 50-day moving average. Can't even get close. Got close there. Got close there. Challenged it here. Challenged it here and here. And now we've just dropped like a safe in space. I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be sitting a bunch of shorts. Let's say you were smart enough to get short up here and you were patient enough and good enough to sit through these last 3 days. I'd be wanting to take some money off the table if I was short and book some profits. What I'm getting at here on T is T looks like it's a bit oversold over the last few days. Likely we got a doji candle here, maybe a day of indecision. Maybe it closes like this, which is typical for 3 days of movement to kind of cap off that movement with a doji candle. I wouldn't want to stick around for lower prices if this is the way it closed right here. I just feel like it would just look for a reason to bounce right back up into the declining moving averages. So this one feels like, yeah, it's an ugly daily chart. There's no reason to be long this thing. Well, I shouldn't say that. If you really wanted to buy something on sale, I suppose you could, but this thing's down for a reason and has been ugly for a reason. But what I see is an oversold, overheated to the downside price action chart here. Wouldn't be surprised to see if we get a bit of a dead cat bounce for the next day or two up into those moving averages. Looking at PLTR. Got a couple more minutes before Barry comes in. Would you be up to doing another breakdown? Sure. So PLTR is also kind of guilty until proven innocent, but there's many different ways we can look at it here. You know, we can look at it as a nice base camp was built there. That's pretty solid. Are we trying to build a higher low? Are we trying to, move higher and then build a higher base camp? That's in just old school price action alone. It's building lower highs. That's good. But when we zoom into the current, we're actually below all of our moving averages again. Now, it is working on a close. There's our 10 momentum. Okay, so the momentum average, this is a good sign. The momentum could have taken the price and just threw it right back down to lows, but it didn't. The price is fighting. It's putting up a good fight and currently is trading above the declining 10-day moving average. Step number one for this thing to start to recover and give us hope that it is building a higher base camp is to just close above this moving average. And then we've got the 50 and the 200 right there. We're going to have to go and attack those. So if in the next week or two, if this thing can get back up into clean air above these moving averages, above this mess here, then it may be a definitive statement that we could say, yeah, this thing is building a higher low. As we zoom out even farther, you could even make a case for the old inverted head and shoulders. An inverted head and shoulders is something that stops a downtrend. There's a lower low, a lower low, a lower low. All of a sudden, we have a higher low. So that's the inverted head and shoulders, and that usually is what can signal a trend reversal. But we really need this higher low to hold and confirm that these last two bases are for real. But it's in congestion right now. It's got a little bit of work to do. Definitely want to get it back above this 200-day and this 50-day moving average. Let's go back to your GW, what was it? Yeah, GWH, and look at it through my time frame on the 15-minute. And yeah, there's that candle on the 15-minute yesterday. This one right there. And so if it were me and I was bullish and long this thing, I wouldn't even be thinking about selling. It's not even flirting with my moving average. And let's take it a step further. Up here, there's a signal candle right there that says, hey, after a day and a half of solid run, it looks like the momentum might be dying. Well, let's investigate this a little bit. Did the momentum pretty much die on that signal candle? Yeah, I think it kind of did. I mean, it tried here, but look at that wick. It slammed right back down to close below. The second candle, okay. Technically, it reclaimed its moving average, but it was short-lived. You know, so this signal candle right here, breaking that 10 SMA after a nice long healthy move, just signaled choppiness and then weakness and profit taking. So that's one of the reasons I like to use the 15-minute time frame. It would have kept me out of trouble on this one, and would have kept me in the trade if I was long, and would have gotten me out of the trade long on that candle. And for the most part, as I look backwards in time, I'd be okay with that. All right, guys. So I think that's it. We're top of the hour. Yep, we just hit the top of the hour. I'm talked out. I'm going to grab Barry and let him know it's okay to come back in. And again, all you test drivers and people, please continue to show up to these noon events. You get a nice different flavor from some of the different users here that work here. And every day you're going to learn something. Even if you're not asking the questions, you come in here and listen to other people's questions and you're going to learn something. All right, let me let Barry know. He can come back in and reclaim his YouTube live stream. And who was that? Yes, I'll probably go back and do a Wim Hof guided breathing session. This one. If you guys are interested. All right, looks like Barry's back in. I'll go ahead and say goodbye to you all and see you next time. Bye-bye.
907, and until it pulled back, what a run, 970 or so, and then it pulled back. I think I saw William was trying to take this Allo 1160. Well, it's not bad. 1160, 1465. It is now 1475. Of course, look at the room it's got. Of course, I had the devastating day 3 days ago. Loud and clear, thank you. So we've been talking about, I don't know if Steve was talking at all about uranium, but there's the uranium ETF. We talked about this yesterday as a potential swing on that break, and this is a big continuation now. Most uranium plays will look just like that. CCJ. Yeah, they're virtually all going to look like this. A big jump, the drop, a little bit of chop. Whoa. Uzi, hello. Yeah, I don't know if I have to wait for a 15 break. There is a cross right there at 1455, a 580 MA. Well, maybe it didn't quite cross. It's just hovering above it. Well, lots of plays, Uzi. We're looking at Allo right here, ALLO. But I don't tell you what to buy or sell if that's what you're talking about. But a lot of us are looking at Allo, ALLO, from my option scanner. Uranium is in play. URA, the ETF, is the ETF for uranium. That is certainly in play. I mean, it's extended now, but a little bit of a base and a jump that could get it still rolling. Or look at individual stocks like NXE. But uranium is definitely alive here. I don't want to look at it, Zach. I just don't even want to look at it. fed up with those stupid things. But yeah, I'd love to short with you. Tell me when. Somewhat kidding. All right, guys, this one just showed up. Too bad. The 200-day moving average is, I think, just too close. Atra just showed up as a potential short, but look at that 200-day moving average at 1558. It's not that far away. Well, some volume coming in. Definitely some volume coming in. Volume coming into the yellow. Yeah, it takes a, I mean, what's that high looking left is $16, so it's got room to run. It's got room to run. Wow. URA, guys, is just ripping here. URA. I mean, this could keep going tomorrow. Let me back this out on the monthly chart just to check to see what sort of resistance we have. It's probably so exponential. So last month the high was 28.72, so that's last month taken care of. We have to, man, you got to go back. You know, there's no resistance. I mean, I don't care what happened back in 2015. That's 28.11 right there. That's 30, 40. I mean, you're going back 6 years. Who cares? Yeah, it's just you know, the ETF will, you know, if you want a more, I don't know what to call it, relaxed trade, but it shouldn't jump up and down like some of the more individual stocks. That's the only reason. I'm sure they are. I mean, look at CCJ, look at NXE, look at virtually any uranium play. Probably it looks a little bit like this. And I'm hearing PALT, text to voice right here. True enough, but sometimes I make an exception. Well, Paul, let's see now. You've got this next level up here at 1074 on the high. How is DATS doing? Is DATS still recovering now? No. So this is not trading in tandem. with Palt. Yeah, this is that Danish stock, right? Yeah, this is the Danish stock. Look at this. The craziness that happened. This is, believe it or not, this is, well, maybe 2 days. Well, there's a week. I have to back out the date. Well, 1 day. 1 day and then the next day. For no reason whatsoever. Orf just got halted? Sure it did. Yeah, so that is, yeah, so that's what Zach was talking about. I'm not gonna try to name that whatever they're treating. Glucocerebrosidase. So, okay, at least in this case, there is some news. Back on these days, this day here, there was no news. Now, what was that other Danish stock? It starts with the letter G. Wow, look at Euro. Holy smokes. What was the letter? It starts with the letter G. That other Danish stock that also popped for no reason the same day. Boy, look at Allo. All right, guys. I think my option scanner is starting to turn around, guys. Starting to get some nice moves. I hope you held on, William. Come on, guys. Somebody knows the name of that Danish stock that starts with the letter G. I could look it up. I'd have to go to another website. GLTO, I think you're right. I think you are right. Let's see if we see the Danish flag. And no. But you're right, you know. It was in sympathy, but there was another Danish stock. Okay, you guys are forcing me to. Just give me a moment, please. I'm going to find that one now that I've piqued my curiosity on this. You know what? You were right, you know. Or was it GMAB? But you're right. GLTO. What about GMAB? No, but you are right. It is GLTO. I don't know why we have a U.S. flag here. Unless it was just... Because, yeah, I'm looking and it seems to be a Danish stock. You're absolutely right. But for some reason, let me just see profile. Headquartered in Boston? Well, there's no resistance. I don't know. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be flip on this, guys, but I'm not a. I have no idea how much further it can keep going. But yeah, there's no resistance. As long as uranium remains hot, you know, keep an eye on CCJ as sort of a proxy for it. Don't you have charting, Sonny? Well, okay, Zach, I wish you well, but not quite yet. No, well, it's halted at 459. So, I mean, there's the halt. You can see right in the chart. It's halted at 459. All right, so if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, well, maybe it's not. Just give me a moment here. Come on. All right, so this is not going to be a 5-minute halt. It's going to be at least a 10-minute halt, I guess, for ORPH. The halt was at 1 second past 110, so it is already 116 now. So it might be a 10-minute halt at least. This is halted for volatility. It's not a news halt, so. Give me a moment, please, guys. I'm just arranging a window and another. There we go. All right, so I'm looking to see where it's kind of stacking up, and it's not really giving any indication. I mean, it says 459, 465 right now, so it's not really giving a solid indication. I mean, right, this is what I'm talking about. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, so sometimes you'll see, a stock is halted at 459, and you might see, what you want to see if you're in this one is, 480, 481, something that's way above, or even further above. Now, this doesn't mean this is where it's going to open, but there's no real indication where it's going to open. My guess is going to be higher. Of course, you can't do anything about it now. All right, guys, let's see if if this is going to be a 10-minute halt. If it's going to be a 10-minute halt, it's going to open in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. And it just opened. Over 5 and surging. All right, guys, how you trade this? I mean, I don't often trade halts, okay? Coming out of halts, but I'm only doing this because of what happened, many months ago. And I've traded some out. I don't know how much I can trust this, but come on, memers, get a hold of it. Like, really get a hold of it. It should be popping now. If you're in it, be careful, guys. This should have popped by now, I think. I say I've traded some out. I mean, I'm not going to be crazy about this. Oh yeah, it's fun. Come on, get a hold of it. Look what you did, here. Move it to 80. All right. Well, now, okay, you're out of your or short. That's okay then. So you made money. I made money. I'm just trying to hang on to a piece to see if it does the crazy. Yes, yes, that's what we're talking about, Sam. And there's only one reason, because of what happened here. That's the only reason I took this one. I don't often take things out of a halt. Yippee! Yeah, Aloe has been nice. Zach said he wants to short it. I don't think he's short yet. I hope he isn't. Very nice though. Look at this. Aloe 1465. The Tua at 907. These are great moves. I mean, this has come back, right back down, but those two are great moves. So going forward, guys, I'm thinking that we're going to get some really good plays from my option scanner. It's been a little slow for the last couple of weeks, but high 15s, okay. And even the Zuo at 1867 hasn't done anything yet. All right. Well, I don't have very much of the ORF left. For me, this would have had to have been 6 by now for it to have really ramped up. Okay. Okay, you can have it. But don't touch our aloe. Not yet. Of course, I kid everybody. Listen, if you're new to the room, people can do what they want. I mean, they don't have to be on the same side of a trade as I am. My feelings will not be hurt. Whew. Now let's take a look. I mean, again, the next high looking left for aloe is the high of yesterday, 1601. I mean, that would be the fantasy area for it to somehow get there. But I'm not saying it's going to get there or anywhere close. It might stop right now. Yeah, you see, that had to hit 6 really quickly if it was going to do something really crazy. The comment about aloe, no comment really. It appeared on my option scanner at 1465. We're sort of kidding around in the room here a little bit because there are several who will want to short that. And I'm just saying, not yet. But I just said, look, I don't take any offense if somebody wants to short against something I'm long in or vice versa. I mean, that's okay. What we don't do in the room is say something juvenile like, see, I told you so, or something like that, okay? But again, here's Allo right there, 1465. And we're at, I didn't get it at 1465, okay? But now, maybe now it's going to be over, but great percentage move. Yeah, this is actually, I didn't realize it. This is actually shortable for me too. I did not realize it. At Interactive Brokers. Well, let's have some fun here. Let's have some fun in the simulator. Come on. Okay, so Tim, this is nothing, all it's looking for is abnormal option activity, okay? I don't trade options at all. Okay, but that's what it's looking for. It's looking for, and if you want that scan, all you have to do is go to my home page. You find that the home page tab right there. Okay, click on the link. And then here are my scans right here. Click here, and it's this one, moving higher with unusually strong options. So I'm not trading options. I'm just looking at stocks that are having abnormal option activity, okay? Some say that can help you trade the option, but you know, I can't, I certainly can't verify that because I don't trade options. Okay? So for instance, this is what the scan is looking for, all right? I mean, the minimum number of contracts has to be at least 2,000 contracts, combination of puts and calls, okay? So there's the option volume today. So obviously that was satisfied. It's 6,200 contracts. But this is sort of the key metric, okay? You see where it says 859% as a ratio, say 8.5. So it's trading 8.5 times normal in terms of option activity. And that's based on the average over the last 10 days. So in my scan, it has to be at least 300%. And some other filters also, but that's what it's looking for. It's looking for abnormal option activity. So for instance, here are the option filters that we have. So some obvious ones. We have the put call ratio. This one here, the option volume, is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Obviously, options volume today, total, put and call volume today broken down. And then this is kind of the key metric. Option volume today percent. So that is what's going to show me, you know, by putting 300%, I'm only going to see stocks trading with abnormal option activity. Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm just checking some. Well, I've got a bit of an issue now because I'm looking at Tuya, Tuya, with option volume today at 103, which is not correct. What do you guys have? You have your single stock window open with the option volume today? Because this, it triggered what I've got here is I think we've got something going on here because I have 146,000 contracts, which well, I'm not going to worry about it because it popped on the alert, but I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on with our data on that one. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. 103 but here was the so-called trigger. 146,000. Something is a little askew. Yeah. I'm hoping that's wrong. Does anybody, Tim, you trade options. Do you have some kind of an option, like some website that you use for options? Or could somebody check another website for options and find out how many contracts for TUYA? And I'm not talking about our data. All right, what is it? Okay, now here's the ZUO, guys. ZUO is starting to move. No, not at all. It would not be the same as IB. We get all our data. All our data is from our data, like all this sort of data is from our data provider. The only thing this is all from our data provider. Yeah, I think there's just something amiss with the TUYA, that's all. TUYA. I mean, the good thing is that it triggered, in the scanner. That's the key thing. Why it's not giving us the same number in the single stock window, I don't know. Really? Only 200 contracts? TUYA? Yeah, URA taking a huge hit, guys. Same with I'm sure they all are. CCJ, you got to, I can't tell you how to trade them, but look at the SPY. Wow. SPY is recovered now. Everything's green. Dow, SPY, and of course tech has been green all day. All right, I'm going to have to just find out why that is happening. Give me a moment, please. Just a minute. All right, guys, I've just passed that on to our developers to see what might be going on. Well, the bottom line is it worked, even if it wasn't you know, a big option play. Yeah, but this is today. This is supposed to be today, 105. What I'm saying is that this says 100 and well, at the time of the alert, 146,000 contracts. Okay. I'm not talking about the percentage. I'm talking about that number right there. You can have it, Roberto. You can have it. Oh, really? You haven't traded it once? I have traded it. Yeah, I'm seeing ICD. A big pop here, probably. Yeah, it's too late for me now. Yeah, there are the earliest. William is saying there's the earlier highs for the SPY. Touched right at it. All right, I don't know anything about this one. Sonotech. Where are you out of? Okay, you're in a U.S. company out of Milton, New York. Man, I've missed this. Boy, this showed up several areas. 597 right here. SOTK. We're getting a look at the break here. Look at the break on the daily. Look at the volume. I mean, it's not incredible volume, but in relation to previous days, it's huge. Look at the the relative volume. It's trading 106 times normal up to this point of the day. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. They had some news at 11:13. Actually, I'm sorry. This is an earnings play. Funny because it did nothing in the pre-market. Absolutely nothing in the pre-market. So I didn't even know about it. But it is an earnings play, SOTK. That's what I'm saying. You know, some of these ones that you never hear about, when they have earnings, they're having kind of their day. You know, this is when the excitement is. Tomorrow, probably nothing. Look at you, Mr. Fib, Rubber Toe. Not Roberto, but Rubber Toe. How's the best way to use these tools in the pre-market? Well, I mean, we've got a pre-market channel. You can take a look at what I do in the pre-market. I don't trade that much in the pre-market, but of course the pre-market is letting me know what could be the interesting plays for the day. So, if you go to my home page, I'll show you the scans now we do have a pre-market channel. So you can try this first, but well, first of all, let me just show you what I do. So when you click on my homepage link, so here are the scans that I'm sharing. Click here. So these are the ones that I use in the pre-market. Gap up and down shared, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market to I find the ones that are moving in the pre-market that could move during the day once the market opens. So that's how I found the GRWG early, as an example. The one that I shorted. Give me a moment. So you see, this is the pre-market action for GRWG. This just, showed up like crazy. So when I saw this, I thought, okay, obviously something's going on. Quickly read the news, found out that some kind of an acquisition they were going to do. They're not doing it anymore, and the market didn't like it. The market just didn't like it. So that's an example, of finding something in the pre-market that could work once the market opens. I mean, you might think, well, man, it's already down a lot. Well, yeah, it was, but it's gone from 22 down to 20. I mean, it's another 10% move. I'll take that. So I don't know if that's the best way to use the tools, but that's certainly how I use it in the pre-market. We also have a pre-market channel. The pre-market channel's fine. I think what happens is that once you get a little bit used to using trade ideas, you'll want to start customizing things. So here's our pre-market channel. I mean, it's still running, but if you open this in the pre-market, we start getting our data at 7 in the morning Eastern time. So if you open it then, you would see, the up gappers and the down gappers, pre-market movers, okay? I've just put my own stamp on it, that's all. With those scans that I've got. Okay, so does that kind of answer your question? So I don't know what YouTube stream you're talking about, but I mean, we have voice alerts, okay, on our scanners. We have alerts that you can put on each alert window you've got. you put a different sound alert on it. So for instance, it's all right. If I right click and click on properties and see where it says actions. So here, this menu is the same for virtually all of our sounds. So you just click on play sound, set up the sound. So you can have one of your scans text to speech. And the reason I say one of them, the whole idea of our sound alerts is to put a different sound alert in it for the different windows. Otherwise, if you have them all text to speech, you'll never know which window to look at. So you can have one of them text to speech, and then the rest, you use custom sound, select. These are 3 folders, and each folder has some sound alerts. You can highlight one of them, left click on it, open it. You can play it. If you like it, you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert gets attached to the window. Okay? And as always, don't forget to save your work. Anybody, if you're doing anything in trade within Trade Ideas, like putting a sound alert on or tweaking a scanner, make sure that you save your work. If you just exit without saving, then anything you've done will not be saved. So make sure you save your work. It's so simple to do. You can do it 2 ways. You can save the layout, in which case you can override your layout. And that's going to save it to your computer. So notice if I say save right now, it's going to say, do you want to replace it with what you've got? So most of the time, I've made some changes and I want to. Okay? And you can also save it to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud. You can give it a name. If it's the same name, your layout, then what's going to happen? It's not going to replace the layout. It'll create another version of it. And you can always tell the latest version because it'll be timestamped. And then last, when you exit Trade Ideas, File, Exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to save your layout? Yes or no? I always say yes. So then when you load Trade Ideas tomorrow, everything, all your windows will be exactly where you want them. And of course, all of your, anything you've done will be saved. I don't know if there's such a thing as a best, but we do have in the channel bar, we do have something called Swing Ideas. You can take a look at that. Okay, where is it? Swing Ideas. I'm not a big swing trader, okay, so I don't have things that are designed to swing trade, but we do have something called Swing Ideas. But as I did the video I did today was on SGH, okay, and that was an AI alert. And I did it not because it was an AI alert so much. I mean, it helped to show what the AI can do. But we get the question all the time: can the AI be used for swing trading? Well, take a look at this one, and as I say in the video, if this one closes well. Closing well meaning all of a sudden just doesn't start to tank, and turn negative or some crazy thing. Hard to believe it would, but it starts to really tank. But if it closes well, near the highs, well, take a look left. Okay, look at the room it still has before it can come into some resistance. Okay, so that is a potential swing trade if you want. It's an earnings play today. So it could turn into what I call a second day continuation on earnings. I'm not saying it is. I'm not telling you to take anybody to take this trade, but that's the sort of thing you can look for from the AI as an example. All right, so Benjamin, this is how I think it works. It depends. If you have a limit order and you want to get out at a certain price and it gaps down below that price, now this has never happened to me. Okay, I don't think you're taken out. Okay, I mean that's sort of the definition. You want to get taken out at a specific price. So if you got into this one at 51.29 and you put a stop here, and then something happened and it got halted and it gapped down the first out of the halt was way down below where you wanted to get out, I don't think you're getting out, not on a limit order anyway. Now somebody may have a different, it's never happened to me, so it's the same thing. Also, let's just say you had, let's pick another one, like ICD, okay? So ICD. So let's say you take 1,000 shares right here at 433, and you put a stop at 406, a limit stop at 406, and all of a sudden it starts to crash, and you've got 1,000 shares. You may get out some, but you may not get out all because. It depends how fast it goes down through your stop. Are you sure about that, William? If you have a limit order, really? I did not know that. It's never happened to me. So. Then what's the point of having a limit order? Oh, you're what? Thank you, Matt. What's the point of having a limit order? So let me get this straight, William. I get into this trade at 427. I put a stop at 4. All of a sudden it gets halted. Horrible news hits. It gets halted at 427. And it opens at 350. And I've got 1,000 shares. How does it sell any of my shares? It sells them all at 350? Even though I've got a limit order? Really? Even on a limit order? Because what happens if it bounces? All right. See, I don't auto trade at all. I can't remember the last time I put in an auto order, auto stop, or anything like that. So I apologize for not knowing market mechanics better, but I just assumed that it wouldn't take me out other than at that price. Well, that's what I mean then, a stop limit order. I guess that's truly what I mean. Anyway. Well, that's what I'm talking about then, a stop limit order. I'm talking about a stop limit order. All right, guys. Wow. Yeah, this is still a great alert from the scanner, option scanner. Coming alive again, guys. We had a bit of a dormancy for a couple of weeks in the option scanner. Thank you, Pepe. Well, I guess it was semantics. That's what I meant, like a stop limit order. So if it goes below, it's not going to execute it. FOMC? Almost who cares, right? Yeah, okay, a limit. Okay, I get it. Okay, so I think you know, my apologies. It was sort of semantics on my part. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Wow is right. Look at the SPY. Wowzer is right. Look at the SPY. So there's no such thing as the most efficient scanner, the most bullish success, lost mark, because every day is different. Okay, if I knew what that was, then that's the only one I'd ever use for the rest of my life. Okay, so things can change from week to week. The scan that I love personally, for me, is my unusually strong options volume scanner. I've said that before. I'll say it again till I stop trading. This has been the most. This one has given me the best results over the last 4 or 5 months of any scanner I've ever had. Now, the last 2 weeks it was very inactive. Okay, so but that's me. That's my style of trading too. So there's no such thing as the most efficient scanner, okay? Because if it worked like that all the time, then this trading would be super easy. Now, Douglas, it was a question about difference between a dock channel window and a plain channel window. All right, I haven't talked about dock channels at all. Okay, Jorge, just give me a moment, okay? I'll answer your question. I just want to, I want to pop a video in. I have not gone over the dock channels at all. It can be a little bit complicated. Oh, just one moment, please. But what I want to do is I want to put a video in about docking, okay? Okay, so Douglas, if you watch that video first, then if you still have questions about dock channels, please ask, okay? I'll be here till at least 3 o'clock. So watch the video first. I hopefully but if it's still a little unclear, don't, just ask me. Okay, so Jorge, now for you. And I'll Carl, I'm sorry, Lost Mark's brother. Who is the Lost Mark's brother? Okay, Douglas. Okay, sorry guys, like I'm answering somebody in YouTube and I guess they can't hear me. I'm just waiting on an answer. Dorco, the Lost Mark's brother. That's funny, William. You made me laugh. A legitimate laugh out loud. Okay. My Trade Ideas program doesn't show any stocks in the windows, even for the gappers. Any suggestion? Okay. First, Jorge. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Do you have a green ball? You have a green ball? Oh no, you're probably saying yes, okay. So are you getting no alerts whatsoever? Zero alerts, like if you load a window, you're getting nothing? Okay. Are you part of this test drive? Are you a new subscriber or you're part of the test drive? Okay. Is this your first day? So is this your first day? In other words, did you have it yesterday and you were getting alerts and now today you're not, or is today your first day? Okay. So what could be happening is that you didn't fill out the exchange agreements correctly. Okay. You may think you did, and you may not even know you were supposed to. All right. So if you're not getting anything, now when you say you're not getting anything, you loaded a window. Let me give you one that I know. Let me give you one that I know has a lot of alerts. Just give me a moment, okay? I'm getting rid of a bunch of these. So you are getting alerts from the AI? Okay. Well, that means you are connected. Okay, so that's good. You are connected. Okay. Okay, you know how to load something from the cloud? I just put the cloud link in. Do you know how to load that? Because what I'm demonstrating here is something that is, okay, so load it and you tell me if you're getting alerts. You should get alert after alert after alert because I have no real filters in here. Okay, so let me know once you've loaded it and it's on your screen. And if you're not getting just a bunch of alerts, then I'm going to have to send you to our tech. Okay, to answer your question now, who asked that question? Lost Mark's brother. One of the option trades you had. Sure. Now understand, I'm not trading the options. I'm trading the stock. But this one, as an example, okay? ALLO at 1465. Okay? This was just after I was on my break, and it got up to what? 1563. This one was a quick one. I didn't trade this one, but this is an example though of what I'm seeing. The TUYA. Come on. TUYA got up to, from 907, it got up to 968. So this is my favorite scanner. And it's starting to pick up again. Last couple of weeks, it's not that it hasn't worked. It's just that we're not getting too many alerts. But I'm sure because now we're going to be in earnings season, full swing next week, we're going to get more action. As an example. Okay, so Douglas, I put a video regarding dock channels, etc. I'll put it back again. So watch the video, And if it's still not clear, just ask me, okay? Oops. Just give me a moment. You know what? I guess I have to do pasting things in YouTube is a real pain. Here's the link, Douglas, right underneath you. This is the link to use. Okay? And that's creating a doc. That's what it's called. Well, okay. Of course, this was FOMC. Okay, that's why. So, you're going to get these crazy moves in the SPY up and down. So, easy to find my option scanner. Go to my homepage. There's the link. Okay, and when you're there, sorry, this is what you'll see. Okay, so right there, my scans. Click on here. Click here, scans, and right here, moving higher with unusually strong options. So guys, you see, this is a classic. Let me just show you something here. Okay. Remember around 10:20 every day, I talk about creating scans and why when you create a scan, you'll always start off with filters. So in this basic new highs and lows, I have filters because I want to reduce the universe of stocks to a manageable number. If I didn't have filters, this is what can happen. If I'm just looking for stocks making new highs and new lows, this is what's going to happen. I'm just going to get stock after stock after stock after stock all day long. How would I know? There's just too many. So that's why you always start off with filters if you're trying to build a scan of your own, to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So Jorge, how did that work? Yeah, DATS is moving lower. It's showing here. Look at this, DATS. This is what I'm talking about. You see, this is the usual use of an alert window where you're going to see the stock over and over and over again as it, in this particular case, as it kept making a new low, a new low, a new low. I'm going to see it over and over and over again. And that's why I put a don't repeat on a lot of these, because the concept of that, or the idea behind that, is to just see, okay, I have a scan. When's the first time I saw that, and what price, and what did it do from there? But this is more of a typical use, where you don't have a don't repeat. It's just going to, every time it makes a new high or a new low, a stock, you're going to see it. Nothing wrong with that, but yeah, he took some time off. He usually takes time off during the test drive, but I think he said he's going to take some time off this fall. So you'll just have to put up with me. You can be real, that's right. Well, I'll be honest. I mean, listen, Monday was, the day in which I didn't make any trades at all. Inundated with questions, which is absolutely fine. Yesterday, not as many. I was able to take a couple of trades. I'm not finding that, I don't think the room is that much different now. That much difference in terms of the number of questions that I would normally get over the course of a day. Funny, I did not find it slow at all. It all depends, I guess. Everybody has a different style, of course, but I didn't find it today slow at all. Yeah, yeah, FOMC, yes. I normally I put a 1 minute SPY chart on just for fun. Well, here's a 2 minute. So there it is, 2 o'clock. First reaction is generally, well, I shouldn't say not the main reaction, but you'll see this. You'll see a pop. You'll see a drop. You can see a pop. You can see a drop. Usually, it takes about 10 minutes or so before you get the firm direction. Yeah, well, rubber toe seems to be definitely has a handle on it. Rubber toe. Well, I haven't seen Becca posting the fib levels lately. Okay, just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I am back. Do I like the Marx Brothers? Sure. All right, guys. Wow, 2:21. It's been a fast day for me anyway. A pretty active day for me also in terms of number of trades I took. I probably took more trades today than I normally do. Two that didn't work, VRT, the short, and I had a little short of the HA. This is from the scanner on the way down. This got out for little losses. The GRWG probably was my best trade though, because it was pretty steady after that first 15 minutes or so, after this little jog right there. Not in it anymore. The cost was nerve-wracking, but it worked out okay. This is just as I was taking my break on a short. Of course, the euro was something I talked about yesterday. I've traded out of it. For me to swing this now, it would have to get right back up. The ORF, of course, was just a quick scalp. And then the aloe from the option scanner is still alive. Still alive. I've taken some off. Shouldn't say obviously, but there's no way I'm going to let it drift all the way back down. Is it possible to have both off-topic and stocks-only chat up at the same time? I don't know. I really don't know. I'm not the, here's my feeble excuse is that I am not the developer of the room, and neither is Trade Ideas. I have no idea. You're the first person to ask me that. Has anybody tried to do that? All right, Becca, there you go. Pop out the chat, then recollapse it, then you can. Okay. I do know how to pop out the chat, I think. Is there a pop out here somewhere? Detach the chat. So I had a question in our YouTube room. Can you trade from within Trade Ideas? Yes, you can. Okay. This window that you see here is called Brokerage Plus. Okay, you have to be using the downloadable application, not the web-based version of Trade Ideas. And then if you have an interactive brokers account, and I sort of say E-Trade, I know there's some issues, but definitely if you have an interactive brokers account, then you connect. You'll see right there it says Brokerage Plus on the toolbar, and underneath it says Live. One of the videos shows you I'm going to put a link in here. So that Brokerage Plus, there are two videos, and there's a short video. That short video shows you how you connect to your interactive brokers account, and then you can trade using this window. Okay, and it's also as the simulator too. Okay, so you can use this window to practice trading. Oh, absolutely. Interactive brokers, absolutely. Question was, does it allow pre and post market trading? Absolutely. Most brokers do, but I mean, interactive brokers for sure. So simple to do. I'm just using the simulator now, but if I can buy, I just bought No, not. If you're talking about using this window called Brokerage Plus, no, only Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. There are a couple of issues with E-Trade, but not TD, no. But that's exactly, you see what I did? You see that if I were connected to Interactive Brokers account, that's exactly what I would have been able to do. Okay? Yeah, IB starts at 4 a.m. also. 4 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Eastern time, if that's what you're talking about, yes. Yeah, I know the website says TD is coming soon. If you'd looked at that website a month ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, 4 months ago, 5 months ago, it would have said the same thing. One day, coming soon will really mean it. It's not that we don't want to. There's a real issue with the data. It's not that we don't want to. Tesla to open another Shanghai delivery center next Friday. I haven't looked at Tesla for a while. Yeah, I actually have NTRB thumbnailed on another chart. Okay. Okay, Mac. Arif, this is so my home page. Here's my home page, the link. And when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. Okay, and right here are the scans that I'm sharing. And this is a sample. This layout looks a lot like what you see. It's just meant to be kind of a sample layout. And then here are individual scans that I'm sharing, including my favorite. These three actually, moving higher with unusually strong options and the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. So probably get too many alerts here. I actually firmed up the filters a bit more. Still getting probably too many alerts. All right, well. Ooh, look at Jasper now. Wow, look at Jasper now. Oh, I'm sorry. This, I was looking at the float turnover. I thought it was $6.46, but that's the float turnover. What do I mean by that? Well, there's the volume today, almost 80 million. There's the float. If you divide that 12 into 80, you get approximately 6.4. But when I first looked at it, I thought, oh my goodness, that's the price. So for those of you who are new, and you hear me talk about the float all the time, everybody understand that? What the float is? What it means? Why it's important? because you know it's coming. Don't be shy if you don't know what I mean. We talk about it all the time. Yeah, but you know the answer missing. I'm talking, I want somebody who doesn't know. Somebody who's sitting there wondering, what the heck is this guy talking about the float all the time? What is he talking about? But if everybody knows what it is and has a handle on it and the importance, fine. Was I a teacher before trading? No. Yeah, is it a parade? No, we have one taker in our YouTube room wanting to know about the float. Okay. All right, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll use my analogy. So those of you who have been in the room for a while, you can put me on mute in about a minute. Okay. But you notice right here, that number right there is the float. 12.38 million shares is what is the float. So how do we get that number? Typically, when you look at a stock, they'll have a number of shares that they have outstanding. So you look at Apple, you look at Facebook, you look at the big stocks. You can always check to see how many shares they have outstanding. Then to get the float, what happens is you start subtracting what all the C-suite guys own, usually the CEO, the CFO, all the insiders, maybe big mutual funds. You start subtracting that from the shares outstanding, and that gives you the float. Why do you subtract them? Because typically those shares cannot be traded on any given day. Okay, usually if you're an executive, you've got a file. If you're gonna trade them, mutual funds might have to do the same sort of thing. So the float becomes the number of shares effectively that can be traded on any given day. Okay, so that's kind of the definition of the float. So why is the float important in certain cases? Well, you can see right here, this one. How can a stock be up 116%? I mean, could Facebook ever be up 116%? I mean, anything is possible in this world, but take a look at Facebook. And look at the float, 2.37 billion. There's my Carl Sagan. Billion, okay? 2.37 billion shares. Contrast that with the JSPR with 12 million shares, okay? So for Facebook to go up 100%, it would take an extraordinary event because you'd have to, I mean, look, it's only traded 10 million shares, okay? I mean, so all I'm saying is that it would take an extraordinary event. That's why I typically don't trade stocks that have high floats, because I'm more interested in stocks that, can maybe go 10, 20, 30, 40, 50% in a day. So now, getting back to Jasper. So what do I consider a low float stock? For me, anything 20 million and lower is what I would consider a low float stock. Now, I get that question a lot, what's the definition of a low float? Well, there is none, really, because if you were a person who was always trading Facebook and Amazon and, some of these ones with multi-billion shares in the float, well, 100 million would be low for you, okay? So it's all relative to what you normally would be trading. So anyway, so when you have a very, very low float, and 12 million is very low, this is what can happen. When all of a sudden, that's a supply of stock, and if there is tremendous demand for whatever reason, it could be, maybe it's an earnings play, maybe it had some news. In this particular case, Jasper had some news this morning, with Oppenheimer, one of these brokers putting on a price target of 21. Okay, so that caused the stock to do this. So we had low supply and high demand. That's what can cause something like this to happen. Okay, that's it can. I mean, especially early on in the day, missing, especially early on in the day. But when I look at Jasper right now, 1542, 1546, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, why we don't have a short float percent? It's probably because it's such a new issue that, you know, there's no data for it yet. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's a hard and fast rule about like how many shares you've got to be how many shares in the float before it becomes unoptionable. Let me just check a few here. You know, I mean, that's 66 million, but I don't know if there's a hard and fast rule on that. So your question is, are some low floats optionable? Sure, there would be some. I can't tell you how many or which ones they'd be, but there would be some. All right, guys. Now you can put me on mute, because now, in case that still doesn't make sense, or I'm going to use a real world analogy. So let's say you live in a cul-de-sac, and I know it's a big one. It's 100 homes in your cul-de-sac, and you want to sell your home, and you're the only one that wants to sell your home in that cul-de-sac. So you list it for $500,000. For some reason, maybe somebody knows, knows that it's going to get rezoned, or there's some insider knowledge going on. For some reason, you get one bid, then you get another, and you get another, and all of a sudden you get a little bidding war going on. Remember now, you're the only one in your cul-de-sac wanting to sell. So there's a supply, one. And then for whatever reason, you get a whole bunch of bidders coming in for your home. So one person says, well, I'll give you 550. The next person says 600. The next, because it's a mad scramble to get your home for whatever reason. For whatever reason. Okay? And that is the classic low supply, one home, high demand for whatever that reason is. Okay? So that's wonderful when you're in a low float stock and it's moving higher. But unfortunately, what happens though is that all of a sudden the demand runs out. So let's flip the analogy. You want to sell your home for $500,000, you list it, and then your stupid neighbor says, well, I want to sell my home too, but I need a quick sale, so I'm going to sell mine for $475. Then your neighbor to the other side of you says, well, I really need a quick sale, I'm going to sell mine for $450. And then on and on and on. You get 10 other people wanting to sell, and they keep lowering the price because only one person wants to buy. For whatever reason, there's just no demand. Only one person wants to buy in the cul-de-sac, and yet there are 10 people that want to sell. So of course, what's going to happen? You know, if you really want to sell, you're going to keep lowering your price. If you really want to sell your stock, and there's not that much demand, you know, you're going to keep lowering your price, but somebody else may lower it and lower it and lower it and lower it. And that is, you know, that's the reverse. You know, when you're in a low float situation, that can be the absolute reverse. It's all wonderful when it's going up, not so nice when it's going down. Okay? So hopefully that kind of makes sense. How did I come up with 20 million as a low float? That's just a number that I came up with. I mean, it was no magic. Some people will say that's too much, 10 million. Most of the things that we see are probably under 10 million. Okay, and it's not that again, look at ICD. Let's see what the float is. Yeah, 7 million, okay? Most of the things that we see are going to be typically relatively low float. I don't think I'm going to see anything that's a billion, that is going to be moving higher that much, even 10%. So for instance, I've got one of the scans as low floaters on the move. I think I cap it at 20 million, I think. Yeah, so the channel does not have everything that I got, Mac, okay? The channel that you see has my watch list, and I think it has this one, okay? It's not meant to show every scan that I've got, okay? It's just sort of, trying to get people to concentrate just a little bit, or on very few scans, especially if you're new. I mean, I created my watch list for that reason at the beginning, because it was trying to get people who are new to trading to not jump around from alert to alert to alert and maybe only concentrate on, 5 or 10 stocks for the day at the beginning. By the way, look at that any. Look at that one. So that's why I created in my homepage, or my homepage. Yes, I've got a layout that looks a lot like this, but then I've created a lot of other scans because, all sorts of different trading styles out there. So I wanted to try to create enough different types of scans that you might look at that and go, oh, that's how I kind of like to trade. So again, Flam, why is it important? Only important, you'll hear me say this all the time. If you get into a low float stock that happens to be moving, do not go downstairs, make yourself a toast and coffee and come back upstairs, okay? You have to be glued to your TV screen, okay? Literally though, seriously, you've got to be glued to the monitor when you're in a low float stock that's on the move. Because the rug can get pulled just like that. So you cannot wander away from your computer when you're in a low float stock. Can you wander away if you're in Facebook? Probably. I mean, I'm not saying nothing can happen, but I mean, Facebook's up 0.39%. Okay? Facebook probably is not going to go from $325 to $300 in a heartbeat unless something incredible happens, right? So Mac, if you went to my website, you'll see that. Okay, one of the things I'm sharing right here in the scan section is right up here. My layout. Again, it looks a lot like this. It doesn't look quite like it because I've got this docking involved and I didn't want to complicate things for people, but you should see, in essence, you should see the same charts and the same scans. It just may not look quite the same, that's all. Okay? But here it is, my layout right there. And look, my layout is not the be all and the end all. I mean, and what I mean by that, oh, you miserable Windows. I almost said the bad word, guys. I almost said the bad word. Oh, just give me a moment. Almost said dry ships, yes. Oh my gosh, those days. Just halted? You did? Yeah, you're bad. Go sit in the corner. No, I'm glad because I was looking at my Halt scanner. I didn't see it, so. So Mac, are you talking about then your dock? You're trying to build a dock channel? Because when you're talking about adding tabs in the same window. Okay, I'm going to flatten this trade. Okay, see how easy it is? Practice trading, guys, in the simulator. Merck. Let's take a look at Merck. Of course, Merck was all the rage last week. Wow. Bloom is the luster has worn off. Okay, yeah. So, okay, so Merck, I guess, had, I don't know, good news, bad news, but hardly any move. Big Y, 2.5 billion in the float. Now, this one moved. Yeah, oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So, this is, kind of rare. Merck had unbelievable news, obviously, on the third, on what was the date? I guess the 1st of October, when they talked about an oral way of a tablet for the virus. Okay, so it had a huge move for it. Still not up 100%, okay, but a big move, even though it had a huge float. All right, guys, let's see. I'm looking at my thumbnail charts. Now, the TTM. So you're going to swing short this, Zorro. All right? Purely a fun prediction, okay? So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a price alert. First of all, I'll create a price alert down here to start, okay? Create price alert. Notes. Zorro said to $14 by, what's the date today? The 13th? I can add that. 27th. By October 27th. Okay, there we go. Oh, $25. Okay, sorry. All right. Save. One year free from harassment. How's that? That's a deal? Yeah, so you can say anything you want and I won't be able to rebuke you. Yeah, look at Allo. Man, oh man, what a great alert, guys. 1465, 1590 now. I'm getting excited again about my option scanner. You know, I know I keep repeating myself, but it's been a bit of a hiatus for a couple of weeks now. Not that the alerts were bad, just not getting too many. Now, I don't want a lot of alerts, okay? I don't want a lot. I mean, I'm not looking for 30 alerts. You know, I'm looking for maybe, I mean, I can't control it, but I mean, maybe 10 alerts. And out of the 10, maybe 7 out of the 10 are real quality. Interestingly, nothing on the way down. Nothing on the way down today. So this is just this version of it. This is just flipped. Flipped meaning it'll flip whatever filters and alerts can be flipped. So for instance, so when I look here, so obviously can I flip a new high to I can flip that to say new low. I can't flip a price range. I can't flip volume, this current volume. I can't flip 500,000 shares to what, right? I can't flip any of these, but I can flip this. It says the price was up at least 0.01% from the previous close. I can flip that to minus 0.01% from the previous close, okay? So that's why this is the flip version of that. And you'll see what I mean. See, now it says new low and down at least. And everything else is the same. So in other words, I'm just looking for stocks moving down on unusual option activity. But nothing happened today in that window. Why do that? Well, instead of having to create from scratch, you know, if I, this one is, you know, I want it to show me stocks moving higher with unusually strong options volume. Well, if I wanted to see the same thing, except I want to see stocks moving lower, well, instead of having to create a window completely from scratch, you know, by adding, you know, the price range, the current volume, this, and this, all I have to do is take these filters and flip them with this flip. And so it'll flip the strategy. I just give it another name. So I don't, it's just a time saver. Okay, it's just a time saver. I mean, I could obviously just create something from scratch again that would mirror this, but if I have this flip feature, why do that? Yeah, are you talking about the, yes, it's in my homepage. My homepage, so go to my homepage tab right there and click on my link. When you do that, I'm sure, yeah, I'm sharing it. Let me just have to go to the scan section, click here, and here it is, moving higher with unusually strong options. So if you did want to flip anything, your flip button is grayed out. Let me see. It shouldn't be, but let's just see. If you have mine, so here it is. I just, what I did is I took it out of the dock channel and or dock window, and now it's free floating, okay? Now this is, I should start this also. If you wanted to flip anything, okay, I'll use this as a demonstration. If I wanted to flip this strategy, so I see the ones moving down. So, here's my window. I would duplicate the window first. Okay, because I don't want to overwrite anything here. So now I've got a duplicate of it. And now if I right click, configure, and flip. If you're using mine, I don't know why your flip would be grayed out. I just click flip. And you see how it's flipped? And then I would just give it another name, of course. Moving lower with unusually strong options. So again, it's just a time saver. I mean, I could have created this one from scratch with all these, but if I know I want to use all these anyway, it's just a nice time saver. So, do you know how to put a cloud link in, Robin? Because I'll take a look at it. But if you're using mine, I would say that it's impossible that the flip is grayed out if you're using mine. And there's no real way to scan for a stock that before they make a big move, can. I mean, the crystal ball doesn't quite work that way. Do you know how to give me your cloud link, Robin? Option scanners, the crystal ball, yeah. Well, I'm waiting, first of all, to see if he, I don't know if Rob, oh, you don't know how to, okay, so watch what I do. Okay, first of all, you take your window, okay, the one you want to cloud link, right click, save or share to cloud, save and share. Okay, copy all. So now the cloud link, you've copied it, and now all you have to do in the room is just paste it in, Control V it in. Okay, and then I can take a look at it. Did that make sense, or should I do it again? Yeah, make sure it's just, I don't want a layout, I just want your one scan where you say when you right click, configure, and it's grayed out. So I can take a look to see why it might be doing that. What the heck does Allo do anyway? Oh, right. So it got hammered 3 days ago. Hammered. 24 down to 12, so cut in half. And look at the volume coming in. Great alert from the scanner. So, I mean, this is it had already broken out a bit, and then it rested, and then we got an alert here, and then it exploded. So, I mean, the question was, how can we see something? We don't know any stock is going to do this from the get-go, okay? Anybody who tries to tell you that they can do it, run. But many times you'll see a stock that has a huge run, a little bit of a rest, and then a pop afterwards for another run. Well, I don't want to say it's impossible. I mean, I take it you weren't able to put the cloud link in. I mean, here it is. Right click, configure, and this is definitely not grayed out. Now wait a minute. No, not even that. Thought maybe you had it on history or something, but not even that'll do it. Well, it's hard. If you can't give me the link, it's going to be hard for me to figure out why. Boy, what a move. I mean, what a recovery here for Allo. I wonder if there's any news on it. Okay, so I mean, there was an analyst this morning that maintained it was a buy with a buy and a target of 34. Okay. I don't know Truist Securities at all, but I guess that's obviously helped. I don't see any other news. And with a target of 34, so even above from where it got hammered. BBT. I remember BBT. Are you talking about? Oh, I see. Thank you. Okay, I got you. Yeah, so that's what I was going over. I mean, you just take this and you flip it. You cannot see the symbols in a global, at least I don't think you can. I know you can't edit them. I don't think you can see them in the global symbol list. You can see the name of it, but I don't think you can see them. Pepe. I can because I work for Trade Ideas, but now, for instance, if you thought there should be something in a list that is not there, you can let us know. A lot of this is somewhat manual. You know, for instance, the SPACs. I mean, the SPAC list, I mean, I think we got tired of the SPACs, you know. So I don't know when the last time that list was updated. You can ask me a tech question. If I can't answer it, I'll send you to our true tech support. Okay. All right. So, did you watch the video about docking and all? But you know what? Let me. I haven't gone over docking. You did watch them. Okay. So it's still having an issue. Okay. Let's do a. Let me get a couple of. I'll load 3 floating windows. I haven't gone over this at all because I didn't want to complicate it too much. And I'm going to go over this docking. Just load 3. Okay. So now I could keep them on this monitor, all right? These 3 windows that I'm going to dock, I could keep them on this monitor, but to make it a little clearer, I just put them on another monitor, okay? Now, so docking, the main reason for the docking was really so that you could go to the dock channel bar, okay? And when you click on the dock channel bar, you could take a look at the channels, the theme channels, all day long without your layout disappearing. In the previous versions of Trade Ideas, when you went to the channel bar and you clicked on a layout, you couldn't have your layout loaded at the same time. So your layout would disappear. Real hassle. So it really, a lot of people wouldn't even use our channel bar because of that. But now with the docked channel bar, I can click on any channel. Okay, and notice underneath you can see here, my layout is still around. Okay, here's my layout. In the past, my layout would have disappeared. So that's the main reason. Now, oops, I just did something. Just give me a moment, please. Just give me a moment. Okay, so I have to do this again. Just give me a moment as I load 3 more. Okay, so I've got these 3 windows that I'm going to put in a dock window. Okay, so this is how you start. First thing you do is you click on New, Docked Window. Okay, now this showed it showed up on another monitor. Okay, but you'll see what you should see is Dock Window Title. And just give it a name, okay? I'm going to call it Test. Once I name it, I'll be able to bring it over. Okay? So you see, I called it Test, but what happened when I created it popped up on my screen with a way in which I could give it a name. So I've called this window Test. Okay? Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring this window in. I could do it on my other monitor. I don't have to have it here, but just for clarity. Now I want this window to be in this dock window. So I right click and duplicate into test. That's why you give it a name. Okay, so there it is. Okay, there's a tab you can see right up there. I'm going to do the next one. Right click, duplicate into test. There's another tab up here. I think I know what you were doing. You were trying to take this free floating window and somehow, how come it's not going in? Well, right click, duplicate into test. Okay, so I've taken those 3 free floating windows and you see the tabs here. Now, here's where it gets fun. Now you can start arranging them. So let's just say I wanted this one here. I grab it on top, I grab it, and you see you get this icon appearing. So I'm going to choose the right arrow, and when I release it, notice, remember this one was a tab, now it's to the right of these 2. Let's say I wanted the action is heating up. I grab it and I use the down arrow. And now, so I've got this one on the right and I've got this one on the bottom of this one. If I wanted this one for whatever reason to the right of this, I grab the header, move it over, and use that, just click on the right arrow, and now it'll move over. Okay? Now again, if I want the basic new highs and lows underneath this one for some reason, I just move it, and once I'm in, and I hover over the down arrow. So this is how you can move them around, how you can arrange them where you want. Okay? So that's why I think what happened is you didn't, when you had the free-floating window, you brought it in and you didn't say, you know, duplicate into and then whatever you gave it a name. So let's take one more file, load from cloud. Okay, here's a free floating window that you're saying, well, how come it's not going in? Well, you have to tell it, because I have different ones, right? So if I right click, here are all the different docked windows that I've got. I just pick the one I want it to go into. In this case, you know, because this is test, so I tell it to go into test. And so it shows up as a tab, and now I can move it around wherever I want it. I mean, I know it can be a little complicated, that's why I don't go into it too much, but does this all make sense now? And then you can save this. You can save it. Right click, save or share to cloud, and notice that it fills in test. Okay, and then I can save it. So I can save all my individual docked windows. Again, this is something you don't have to do, but I love it. I like the way it gets organized. Give me a moment here. Something kind of weird happened. I think I'll be able to answer your question, John. Just give me a moment here. There we go. Okay. Okay, so in the past, this is what we would say. Obviously, if I have this docked like I do, I can move it off to another monitor. Okay. Okay, that's an easy way. These are docked. Okay. Docking is just grouping together. Now, in the old days, when we didn't have this docking at all, this is what you would do. So I have 3 monitors. I designate one of them as my main monitor. So my main monitor is the one that I share with you guys. I stick my toolbar in the upper left-hand corner, okay? Then I put all the free floating, if you don't want to use docks, that's fine. Put all your windows exactly where you want them on all your monitors. Okay? Once you've done that, click on Tools, Options, Layouts. And you see where it says Open relative to main window? Save. Then, I'm going to cancel out. Then, when you exit Trade Ideas and come back, all of your windows, I've got 3 monitors again, all your Trade Ideas windows will be exactly where you want them to be. So no, you cannot move en masse if they're free floating. But I think that's typically the reason why people want to do something like that, is because they have multiple monitors and they don't want to have to go through the exercise every single day of rearranging the windows. Make sense? So again, designate one monitor as your main monitor, toolbar in the upper left-hand corner. Arrange all your trade ideas windows on all your monitors exactly where you want them. Then tools, options, layouts, and check that open relative to main window and save. All right. Meanwhile, Zach is there is a video dedicated to docking, if that's what you're talking about. But also, let's look at the probably. I'll bet you the guide is more. Let me just see something here. Yeah, okay. So if you go to the guide, you'll see there's a whole section on docking. Okay? So I'll pop the link in for you. Okay, so this is brand new. The user guide is brand new. Okay, so that user guide is brand new. When you click on that link, it's all nicely organized. So, and down here is docking. Full table, I haven't even checked that. Yeah, so here we go. I mean, full table, full. I mean, it's great. This took a long time to do, and congratulations to Stephanie who did this at Trade Ideas. It was a months-long project. All right, everybody, I've got to leave. Let's see, 3:19, a little over time. That's okay. Always happy to stick around if there are some questions. Now you can set the AI to whatever you want. If you click on Tools, Options, and go to AI Trade Size, yes, you want to go shares per trade, so you want to change it from 100 or to whatever you want. You can go here. So again, click on from the toolbar, click on Tools, Options, AI Trade Size. And then it can be based on a risk stop loss, like $100. You want to risk $100 a trade, or you want to go a certain share size per trade, or a certain dollar size per trade. Okay? So yeah, you just saw what I did. You can set it for $100 risk. Then it's going to use the stop. It's going to use that stop price, whatever that stop price is, right? So just like we always talk about, it'll take the entry price minus the stop, divide that into 100, and that'll give you the share size. All right, everybody, I think that's it. I don't see any other new questions, so thanks a lot for all the help. Hope you guys had exciting day. I know I did. It was a lot of fun to trade today, for me anyway. And I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So as always, have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Bye-bye.